With the station saved from the heroics of crews from both the Expedition, Tian An Men, and Deep Space 17, life on the station slowly begins to resume as the station finds themselves several hours out of sync with the, at least in time, briefly, from the galactic norm. Repair crews continue to repair the Century Tian An Men and the Tenshi, with some additional information covered by Lieutenant Nadon and Lieutenant Vogel from the recovered data pads on the Lurkai outpost that the Expedition Tian An Men visited. Two sets of coordinates were uncovered from the pads, one leading to an uncharted system 34 light years away, while the other to a Class M planet in a 13 planetary system 54 light years away. While the expedition waits for the go-ahead, Captain Prax plans to take the expedition to the furthest system. Admiral Bullock had diverted a supply vessel to Deep Space 17 to render aid for the station. And we are going to start in one of the science labs, and hopefully I remembered to fill it with characters. The captains of both vessels, along with Lieutenant Vogel, are currently using one of the science labs at Deep Space 17. As long-range sensors from Deep Space 17 just spotted a Ji'Karie cruiser on long-range sensors. As plans go forward to find a way to get to the two different destinations. Lieutenant Vogel, do you think you could spot a safe spot? Potentially we could drop a vessel off at past this Ji'Karie cruiser without being alerted.
Let me see, Captain. And I'm going to scan for any anomalies, anything that might cause interference, a nebula, asteroids we can hide behind, planetary systems.
Give me reason plus science difficulty 2, assisted by the station's sensors plus science. I think the station has advanced sensors, so it'd be difficulty
1. Take a threat. Try to get us some momentum here.
And sensors science for the station.
Gotta find the station sheet.
I got it.
Oh, you got it. Cool.
If I get Roll20 to cooperate with me.
That's a tall order.
I know, I'm asking a lot.
Come on, station. You're better than that.
Maybe you have technical expertise.
Oh, I do. Which one's higher? I think my roll's higher. I'll re-roll mine.
Gain 2 momentum.
Oh, that's me.
Captain, I'm detecting a protostar within 2 light years of the target's coordinates. The radiation and other stellar matter from the system, we could use that to hide a vessel in there, Captain. And she'll pull the protostar up.
Oh, this looks promising. What do you think, Captain DeGrasse?
Well, based on my knowledge, protostars can typically serve as a good way to disguise vessels. The radiation they give off tends to interfere with ship sensors, so it's likely a good option.
What concerns me is this Ji'Karie vessel. Even though they're stationed, it seems at least a good 10 light years from there, it's hard to say, how many others other vessels could be lurking out there.
DeGrasse will turn to Casey. What do you think, Casey?
Well, we're in a tough situation tactically with the Sentry, Tenshi, and Tian An Men all still being slightly damaged from recent engagements. I'm not as sound on the science side of things, but I would imagine it is possible to hide more vessels in that sort of nebula.
I just spoke with Lieutenant Mendrock. Unfortunately, the Tian An Men would not be able to be fitted with the quantum slipstream drive. Something to have to do with the Tian An Men's deflectors.
Not unsurprising. She is certainly no spring chicken.
Well, and I do have to say, with her space frame, no. Let's just say the Century and the Expedition are probably quite a bit hardier against any bumps.
The Admiral did just inform me, though, along with the supply vessel, 2 Defiant-class starships have been deployed to this area. They should be arriving shortly. As I recall, the Defiant... I was informed that the Defiant vessels could be able to support a quantum slipstream drive.
That is excellent news, Captain. Certainly greatly improve our tactical situation in this sector.
And you said 2, Captain Prax?
Yes, 2 of them. I believe the USS Raven and the USS Eagle.
Do we have any leads on commanding officers for these ships?
From what the Admiral told me, it would be up to us to crew them.
Would it be crewed by station personnel, or would we be breaking up the crew of the Tian An Men?
It's at our leisure. We can have the station support crew for the both Defiant vessels. I believe the crews are roughly around 75.
I see. Well, perhaps I'll have to start taking a look at crew manifests and seeing what skills could be spread across 2 different spaceships.
Lieutenant Vogel, what do you think it's the likelihood of the Ji'Karie monitoring this station?
I would say it's a very good possibility they're monitoring the station, Captain. With how many forces they sent at us recently.
So, do you all think that we should consult with the crew of the station, determine, well, how we can divide out responsibility for the 2 new vessels?
From my understanding, the Tian An Men is going to be out of commission for at least the next few days. And given the fact that the expedition can't be at 2 locations simultaneously, I was thinking of having the slipstream drive installed on one of the Defiants. And if you would like, Captain DeGrasse, I think you should take command of the Defiant. However, given the fact that there could be other Ji'Karie vessels on tow, perhaps you could tow a runabout with a small crew to investigate this unknown location while you play, well, decoy.
Well, it's certainly an interesting proposition. I'm assuming we have access to a runabout?
Station, Captain Keller is informing me that whatever we need, it's at our disposal. Station has quite a few runabouts.
And just so I understand, I would take command of one of the Defiants. The other would remain here, or you would captain that one?
No, I still plan to take the expedition to the other system that the USS Sagan recently just did a survey at.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully to spot anything that the Sagan missed.
Gotcha.
I was planning on taking the other Defiant and pushing forward at normal warp speed towards that contact. Hopefully to maybe ruffle their feathers a little bit.
And it sounds like we may need a captain of that Defiant, or at least a commanding officer.
Sure, Commander Reef is up to the challenge.
Okay.
If not, I and see if Commander Solon is available. I know he is currently invested on trying to get the Tenshi up and running again.
All right. Well, if either of those two can't, for whatever reason, he'll kind of glance at Casey. I can certainly think of a third.
I'm not asking you to take permanent posts, Captain Negras, on one of the Defiants, but and this is strictly voluntarily.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I guess we can think of this as a trial run. So, when we need to execute, Captain?
The sooner the better. The longer we sit back and wait for things to happen, the more moves they're going to make. For to try to remain chaotic and not predictable. But the vessels should be arriving within a few hours. You have until that time to make your decision, Captain.
Okay. Casey, if you wouldn't mind going over crew logs, determining who might be a good fit for this mission.
Absolutely, Captain. Now I'll head to my office on the Tian An Men.
Lieutenant Vogel, how do you feel about going on a little expedition?
I suppose I could use a little stretch of my legs, Captain.
I'd like you to take point on the runabout team. Recruit whoever you need.
Aye, Captain.
If you excuse me, I'm going to see about getting a few engineers to have everything ready for the install on, well, the upgrades to the Defiant missiles.
Understood, Captain. I'll have the runabout team ready.
Well, Lieutenant, this seems like it just keeps getting more and more interesting.
It's been a while since I piloted a runabout.
Well, based on what I've seen, I'm sure you're more than up to the task. If you'll excuse me, I have some administrative work to take care of. And the Gross will exit and head back to the Tian An Men.
And Vogel will go start putting together a runabout crew.
Garibaldi,
I
you have been assigned, at least by by Captain Keller. You just got orders that the USS Proxima will be docking soon, and he's asked you to head up the team to unload the Proxima as soon as possible, full of all the supplies designated for Deep Space 17.
Alrighty then. Well, I'll have a crew of stevedores or cargo handlers and a small security team with me just to make sure there isn't anything snuck aboard that wasn't supposed to be. Because what's a good security officer if not paranoid? In the job description.
Give me Presence Command difficulty 2.
And I'm going to spend one of them little blue things. Seeing as I didn't generate any momentum, I guess I'll have to let that comp ride.
You managed to get a lot of, the available staff to help unload and do the security precautions. Unfortunately, it is about half the personnel you actually need to unload it in a reasonable time.
I
As
may do with what I got.
so yeah, the Proxima arrives on on time and begins to crew members start getting to work and begin unloading. And as you kind of peer in through the dock, because there's open view of the space, you see that the Proxima is one of the older Excelsior class variants, along with 2 Defiants that make their way to a docking port.
I checked the schedule for the day. Did I have anything about a pair of Defiants on the schedule, the docking schedule for the day?
They are scheduled to arrive in a permanent fixture to Deep Space 17.
Excellent. I will shoot off a message to to Captain Keller to let him know that the supply ship and the security backup, I mean the Defiant vessels, have arrived, being offloaded in a timely manner. My story, and I'm sticking with it. Question: Are the 2 Defiant class vessels? They've been placed uh, at my disposal as the security chief for
No,
setting patrol around the station.
no, they're
Or
not
is
under
that up
your
to-
command. They're currently
Okay.
attached to Deep Space 17, but they're not under your preview.
All right. Is checking over the cargo and the crew manifest from the cargo ship. Is there anything concerning or out of place?
One second. Reason plus engineering difficulty 1.
Lord, I'm glad it's difficulty 1. No, what the heck? I'll just roll flat and hope. Hey, look at that.
Gain a momentum. There is a container full of Benamite crystals, which you're aware that they are extremely rare, but you're not sure why they've been brought on board to the station.
What is their? Do I know anything about their normal use or purpose?
No. They're typically not used in starship functions.
In that case, I'm going to just kind of run a quick computer search to see what these things are normally used for. See if they're a hazard of any kind. What kind of hazard they might present for the station, and they are on the cargo manifest. Yes.
Uh, they're marked as a typical level for what you would consider to have for in place for dilithium crystals.
The where are they supposed to be routed to according to the manifest?
Storage on board the storage for Deep Space 17 currently.
Well, if they're that rare, then I'll have them set aside for the high security area. Um, but Diggerbolt does, out of curiosity, does want to research on the side to figure out what this stuff is for, since it seems out of place to him.
Reason plus science or engineering difficulty 5.
Sure. Research is a focus.
I'll take that.
Anyway, I'm just gonna spend one momentum. I'm just gonna roll 3 dice and hope I get some.
All sixes, all twos to get
Yeah.
6. That's what you're hoping
I don't
for.
want to blow all the threat and momentum on this. It was worth a shot.
You have no
No.
clue unless you wish to succeed a cost. And I'm going to tell you right now, the cost would be extremely high.
No, I don't want to see it at cost. I'll just ask the captain later. But since it is, as you said, it was a rare substance,
Yes.
then Garibaldi will make sure it's in the a security area.
Okay.
Can't think of anything else I'd want to do other than again, check the cargo manifest, check the crew manifest, just to make sure there's nobody that stands out to me in the
There are
crew.
no crew transfers. In fact, all the crews from the 2 Defiant vessels are actually being loaded onto the Proxima, which is scheduled to depart for Starbase 200 afterwards, once the unloading is complete.
All right, I'm gonna check the orders for the day. Does Captain Keller put any order in for skeleton crews to be sent to the 2 Defiant vessels?
And not at this time.
Then I'm gonna hit my combat and call the captain.
Keller here.
Captain, this is Lieutenant Quicks. I've got these 2 Defiant class vessels. Their entire crews are being transferred to the Proxima, which will be departing once I have that ship unloaded. Do you have any provision for skeleton crews to be aboard those ships, sir?
Those vessels are currently being attached to Captain Prax.
Yes, sir. Those is the security code, the command codes for those ships been transferred to Captain Prax, or do you have them, sir?
Both I and Captain Prax will have authority over the vessels in terms for command codes, just in case. But she has operational priority for the vessels currently.
Very good, sir. Anything you want me to have done with those vessels other than have them docked and locked down?
Typical normal security passes for the 2 Defiants should be adequate for the time being.
Aye, Captain. Thank you. Clicks out. All right, then once the crews have departed off those ships, I'm going to post security on the docking rings that those ships are attached to. Have the ships locked down and contact Captain Prax.
Uh, President's security difficulty 1.
We'll actually give you a threat for bold and see if I can fish for some momentum since I've been spending it. At least I get to re-roll one of those.
You get gain a momentum, and yeah, you attach extra security a little bit beyond what is required, but you have safe to say that no one is boarding the Defiant vessels without your knowledge.
Those are some fairly powerful starships. Quicks is not sure how he feels about having them be empty. So yeah, we'll put a little security on those things, and then contact Captain Prax.
Prax here.
Captain Prax, this is Lieutenant Garibaldi, security chief on DS-17. I'll let you know I have a pair of empty Defiant class starships in our docking bay, ready for you. I certainly currently have them locked down and secure until you're ready to take possession of them, sir.
Oh, Thank you, Lieutenant. Working out the final details to get them crewed at the moment.
Very well, Captain. Those ships will be secure until you're ready for them. Just let me know when you wish to take possession.
Will do. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. And with that, I don't know what else for Quick to do. I don't know what else for Quicks to do, so that's him. He'll go to therapy. His back still hurts.
Sure, Prex.
Doctor, it's been relatively light for your duty shift currently.
Thank goodness.
Most of really, it's just been people coming in for like bumps and bruises or strained arms or the occasional, cut or burns from poor maintenance work.
Sure. Yeah, I treat them gently. They're just people. But when I'm not needed in medbay, we also have an engineering location. So he probably has a pad with some of the schematics he's been playing. Oh. May I help you? Standing up.
Yes, I was hoping to get checked out. I'm about to go on an away mission. So want to make sure my legs can withstand it as I
of
kind of
course.
hit her canes against each other.
Oh, interesting. Welcome. Yes. Come take a seat. And I'll examine your stride as you walk to one of the tables.
And I'll
Nurse.
slowly make my way to whichever one the doctor pointed at me to.
I point to the nurse and
That one?
have her, whichever way you go. Yes, we'll meet you right there. Will you set up routine scans? I'm going to do a quick checkup here. If you would, nurse. And I'll start with my tricorder and see what we got going on. How are you today? Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, think I'm starting to walk better.
Oh, good.
Hoping
Let me
to
see.
get rid of these. Hoping to get rid of these canes.
Oh, sure. I can see why. Let's see. Let's check. Also, do an engineering scan to see is this mechanical or electronic?
Her
Yeah,
legs,
just-
her legs were okay. Just okay.
I
Reason
don't
plus
know the apparatus.
right. Okay. Reason plus medicine difficulty of 1.
Great.
Start with that.
Alrighty. I don't think I have. Can I use imaging systems to do my examination?
Yes, that's fine.
Assistance from the ship.
Yeah, the station would assist with sensors medicine.
Is somebody running that or go ahead? I'm driving. Oh, this has one sensors.
You gain a momentum. Did you use the station?
Am I on the ship or a station?
The station.
Oh,
It still succeeds, but
it's not 10.
her legs are have pretty much completely healed. Most of it is due to muscle weakness. And her legs need to be
Regenerating. Basically.
well, no, strengthened, so more exercises and stuff like that.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming along. I would say in a week or so you'd be having some better movement for sure. But just keep moving them properly. I'll look into seeing what you need for whether you need to take these off or not today. But I would recommend having them available if you do take them off. Perhaps we should take them off and let your body rest for a little while, and then maybe you could try without.
Well, I'm
From
scheduled to
bed-
depart.
bed.
Scheduled to depart on a runabout
I understand.
in the morning.
Well, let's just. Do you have any place to go? We could take those off and let you walk between beds with the aid from myself and the nurse. We could set up an apparatus in the holodeck and do sort of calisthenics and those kind of things. But since we'll do the easiest stuff first, we'll just see if you need them anymore. Would you
Well,
like to
the
try?
expeditions doctor has
In the
got me
morning.
on a. The expeditions doctor has got me on a rehabilitation schedule.
Oh, okay. So, well, let me know when you would like to try, and whenever you're ready, we'll go the next step. But it seems like you're moving around pretty well. You came in on your own power, set up on the bed fine. So I think you have plenty of movement to continue on your mission. But when you're ready to go to the next stage, we will talk.
Well, that's good to hear. There is another reason I came to
Oh.
sick bay, doctor.
Sure.
I was putting together the away team for this mission, and I understand you have some experience with sensors.
Sensors. Generally,
Just judging on your science score.
oh, my science. Yeah, I've played before. It's not a focus of mine, but I'm pretty good with different types of technology, as well as I can run the science. I can run the sensors, of course, if you need. And what does this entail?
Well, we are going to a uncharted system, and we're not exactly sure what we'll find.
Sure.
And it would be a good idea to bring a doctor along, someone who could
Oh.
scan the atmosphere for anything that might be
Sure.
hazardous.
I understand. Yeah, that sounds great. But yeah, when does it depart in the morning?
0800.
All right, I'll be in there. Thank you.
Excellent.
Carry on.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
And
Step
I'll
aside.
make my way out of the door.
Where to next, Vogel?
Security, I
Engineers.
think.
Start studying Lieutenant Vogel's apparatus. in progress?
She could probably move now without the cane.
I understand that. I want her to understand that too.
Probably move to a single cane.
That
You know,
or
walking stick.
other like sort of leg supports of some kind to help stabilize her legs. But
Yeah, but I minimize the frame rate. Right?
yeah,
Optimize. How about that? I'll get her fitted for like braces, like solid support, but not, you know what I mean? Fits under a suit.
okay. Well, we're sticking with Vogel currently. Vogel, you head towards where the crew told you where Lieutenant Garibaldi is at.
Where are we?
Essentially outside of one of the, really more of the cargo area where Garibaldi's like, okay, I need that. Like he's marking cargo like, we want a tracker on that, a tracker on that, and a tracker on that.
Is it a big cargo bay?
It's the station's cargo base, so it's pretty huge. It's like a warehouse size.
Okay, cool, perfect. Just so I know how to act this. Lieutenant Quicks, hold on.
Okay, Lieutenant Vogel, right?
Yeah, yes. And she gets her kind of out of breath with her with her single cane now.
Huh. Hey, you're down to 3 legs.
I'm hoping it'll be back to normal soon enough. Oh, that was a walk.
Could have been worse. Could have been a jog.
Please no, please no.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
Well, I'm putting together an away team for a runabout mission, and I was wondering if you would take the security officer spot.
Yeah. As long as Captain Keller's okay with it. Where are we going? Or can you not tell me? I mean, if you tell me, I promise not to tell myself.
He's gotten the security brief, right?
Yeah, I mean, he went on the planet. He went down to the planet, like the moon. So, like, he knows all about what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're taking a runabout to one of the locations mentioned in the pads. And, not sure what we'll find there. I got the mission profile, right, Prex?
Your small runabout crew, you're going to follow behind one of the Defiants in Quantum Slipstream to the Protostar, where you're going to drop out of the Protostar, and then the Defiant is going to separate away and sort of play decoy while the runabout goes into the uncharted location.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're taking the runabout behind one of the Defiants to scan one of the planets in the from the alien data pads that was recovered on the moon.
Well, sounds important. Sounds like it might be a little fun. At least I can get out and stretch my space legs.
My thoughts exactly.
I just hope I don't get shot again.
Me too. From an Endorian helping put stuff
That's
into
all.
them.
Yeah. That baseboard's not quite polished to the level I wanted. Get back at that.
Yes, sir.
Here's the mission profile, Lieutenant. 0800 in Shuttle Bay C.
I'll be there. We going heavy or we going covert?
Well, we'll have a Defiant there, so pretty heavy, I would imagine.
All right. We'll bring the big guns. We'll see you in the morning, Lieutenant.
All right, I got one more stop to make. Come on, legs, don't fail me now.
I got a
Angel
golf
smile
cart
and say,
somewhere if you
"See you
need it.
tomorrow."
Fitness medicine difficulty 5. Good.
As the GM disappears.
Terrible. I think it's an excuse to get out the Type 3s. Blow something up.
I just remembered the Defiant class can land.
Can it now?
Yeah, it's in the it was never shown in the show, but it's in the diagram thing from the show that it has landing struts on the bottom deck.
Yeah, I think the only ship that ever landed was Voyager.
Yeah, it's Voyager, but it's the only one ever shown landing, but it is in the Alpha canon that the Defiant also was able to land, it just never did.
Makes sense.
So what you're saying is it could, but it was just too lazy to get down there.
Exactly.
I mean, those ships are far too young to be so old that you get to a certain age and you look at kneeling down and you go, "Nah, I could get down there. I don't know if I can get back up."
More to scrub, sir. I'll finish up packing this stuff. Or unpacking. Which one are we doing again, sir? I got confused with which way I was going on the board.
That's right. No, I don't like that one in that spot. Why don't you take it and put it in that spot over there, and then move those 3 crates and put them over there, and we'll see how it looks, and then maybe we'll put them back.
Sure. Sir. That's why I have the value shoot first, ask questions later. I'll stop asking questions now.
How's that marksmanship training coming?
Pretty good. Spot on, if I would say. If I was aiming at the right spot. Sorry, it might be just subconscious, sir, but scrubbing is good, but I can do other things too.
I understand. I'm trying to figure out what I did to get on cargo duty.
I'll take over. Have a good mission.
I can't think of what I did to make Captain Keller mad.
It's high security cargo, sir.
Well, maybe it was Commander Reef. I did take most of his replicator rations for last week's in last week's poker game.
Yep.
Alright,
Use that 2 new ships, sir?
Yeah, it's like we're gonna get a little protection around here,
I can see why.
at least for now.
going to transfer to the Tian An Men real quick. DeGrasse, as your repair crews are kind of working around the ship currently. Lieutenant An reports that 2 Defiant class vessels, along with an Excelsior class, arrived and have docked at Deep Space 17.
Well, Casey, it's looks like the shipment has arrived.
Indeed.
Have you had a chance to sort through the crew complement?
GM, I wasn't sure if that was something you're gonna want me to roll on, or
There's
it's just done in the
it's
background.
just done in the background.
Cool. In that case, yes, Captain. I've going off my own experience with each member of the crew, and by looking at their personnel records, I think I've narrowed it down to at least fill most of the positions on the Defiant class. Perhaps the station may have to supplement. As well, we should be able to leave a skeleton crew on board the Tian An Men.
Oh, fantastic. I know that good engineers may be in short supply given the repairs currently going on in the Tian An Men, but if we could spare a few, I'm sure that would be a good addition to a Defiant. Well, Casey, I hope our names were on that list as well.
Well, sir, I believe that may be your decision.
Well, hard to captain and first officer a boat that can't leave dock. I think if we're going to be able to help out with this little effort, I think we're going to have to take up temporary postings on a new ship.
I see. I was actually expecting to remain on the Tian An Men, but I would certainly be interested in a temporary posting.
Well, I won't twist your arm if you want to take a few days off, manage, well, some crew members making repairs and things. Well, that's certainly your choice. But I don't know about you, but I haven't had the chance to serve on a Defiant class vessel yet, so it's on my bucket list.
Neither have I. Perhaps we can go have a look around. Do you know who will be making the final decisions in regard to crew placements on board the vessels?
Well, from what I understood from Captain Prax, stocking some of the vessel crew members, or one of the vessels at least, would largely be our affair. As far as who commands, I think that's a negotiation essentially. We come to an agreement.
I see.
All right, well, let's get the show on the road. Taps his comm badge. DeGrasse to Captain Prax.
Prax here.
Lieutenant Nadan just notified us that looks like the ships are inbound. Do we have authorization to tour one of the Defiants?
Yes, I will notify the security that's been in place around the dock.
All right. Thank you, Captain. We'll be on our way shortly. Grass out. And with that, he'll ask Casey to make the arrangements for the crew members he selected, and then meet him at, I guess, the Raven in half an hour.
Yeah, Casey will just inform the selected personnel and inform whoever is at least going to be like officer of the watch on the Tian An Men while they're both gone, of what the situation is.
Apology, as I have no map for the ship. So you get to the docking facility, and security lets you through as they've been notified you've been authorized. And you start walking around. It's definitely a small ship. Corridors are slightly smaller than what you're used to on the Tian An Men or some of the other larger ships. Uh, the Raven is definitely designed more for, as you can see, for combat. So more form than, or sorry, more function than comforts of home.
Well, a little cramped, but kind of like the feel of this one actually.
She's a beauty, for that's for sure. I served aboard a Saber before I was posted to the Monarch, but even that was a bit larger than this. Never been afraid of some austere conditions, though.
Well, I for one am certainly looking forward to testing the ship out a little bit. All right. Well, I guess next order of business is move everything in and get everything set up. I can go let Captain Prax and the others know the arrangements are being made, and if you don't mind staying behind, managing every. Well, speak of the devil.
Gentlemen,
Captain,
a little small.
Uh, Cozy, I think. And he kind of looks at Casey.
my thoughts exactly, Captain.
Well, currently engineers are currently installing the slipstream drive along with upgrading the shields to new specs for the Raven and then the Eagle.
Well, Commander Casey here has informed me that we were able to assign crew members to most of the positions. We may need to supplement from a few from the station itself, but I think we should have a full crew in order.
That's good news. Commander Reef will be taking station on the Eagle for part of the second part of the diversion. Fortunately, he was a little grumbling at my request for Lieutenant Garibaldi to accompany Vogel. Guess he'll have to make do. So have you made a decision, Captain DeGrasse?
Yes. I think we'll be happy to step in. Casey, of course. I leave the decision up to you, but would love to have you on board the Raven as my continuing first officer.
It would be an honor, sir.
We'll take it, Price.
It's not permanent, Captain DeGrasse, so... But... At least he gets to keep you in the fight.
Very true, Captain. And I don't know. We grow to like it, then we'll kind of tap the wall a little bit. Well, you never know what can happen.
Mission will start at 0800 tomorrow morning. Everything should be ready to go for the Raven by then. Work with Lieutenant Vogel to set up a rendezvous point during your mission time. Once their mission is complete, I expect you to bug out and get back to Deep Space 17 as soon as possible. And hopefully our mission will be complete by then.
Well, makes sense, Captain. We'll make the arrangements. You'll excuse us. We have a crew to get situated.
See you in the morning, Captain.
You as well.
And she steps out.
And yeah, DeGrasse will help Casey get the crew situated. And then at some point during that, he'll tap his comm badge and communicate with Vogel and work out a rendezvous.
Did you tap your comm badge?
That's not true. That's a true.
Captain DeGrasse to Lieutenant Vogel.
Go ahead, Captain.
Lieutenant, Captain Prax has asked me to set up a rendezvous point with you. We're going to be your tow truck for this mission.
I was wondering who got that honor.
It's a high honor indeed. Is it ready for your mission?
I just put together the away team for the runabout captain. We're scheduled to rendezvous at the runabout at 0800. So I'll send you a set of coordinates to rendezvous at 0900.
GM?
Uh,
Pratt
run,
said, did he say 0800 or 0900?
mission will start at 0900, but you guys are departing from D Space 17 around that time. The rendezvous is for when mission complete, so you bug out.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, at the end of the mission.
The end of the mission, yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, well, she wouldn't have that yet.
Well, it's how do you how long do you want to give mission purview to meet at this set of coordinates for at this set of time? Because your mission is just to scan, investigate, and then collect as much data as you can, and then get back to the your rendezvous location in time.
Yeah, wouldn't the rendezvous just be in the same location?
That's up to you. You just need to. It's wherever you want to set it at, and then also like how long do you want to give Captain DeGrasse's team? How long are they gonna wait for you before they go looking for you? Or
Well, that depends how long it takes us to get to the system. From the one system.
oh, it's like 12 hours. There, or no, 8 hours there, 8 hours back. So you need
From
60.
from the proto system to the system we want to scan is 8 hours.
Yeah, to get there and back it'd be total 16 hours because I already did the math,
Okay.
which I didn't get that to you. So my apologies.
Yeah, probably just like a standard 36-hour rendezvous coordinate thing. Give us time to search the system thoroughly.
Okay, I didn't know if you guys wanted to roleplay that out or not.
So,
Captain, I figure the rendezvous would be in that proto system, 36 hours, standard mission parameter.
So real quick, Prax, just to make sure, we are towing them to the location.
You're towing them to the location, and then you're going to tow them out of the location, but you're also going to play decoy during that time period to give them time. So you're going to be like doing essentially guerrilla. Like the idea is to do guerrilla warfare on any patrol ships they have in the area to just kind of mess with them.
Yeah, like cover for the mission. So okay, gotcha. Sounds good, lieutenants. This is your mission. We'll certainly wait as long as we need to, within reason, of course, for you to complete what you need to complete.
Excellent. I suppose I'll see you tomorrow, Captain.
We can't wait. DeGrasse out.
All right, to move things along. So next scene. DeGrasse and Casey, if you want to play a supporting character for the runabout team, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I figure I could have one of you guys play an engineer and then one of whoever you want to grab.
What if we had a security guy?
Well, that's Garibaldi.
I know. I'm still used to him as a counselor. It's okay.
So I figure definitely an engineer.
So do we have a con officer in case he gets hair under a protostar?
That'd be me.
Do the path?
I have a con of 4.
Perfect. Okay. And then
I guess I'll take Knight.
It would be from the list from the Deep Space 17 characters
Okay.
for support. Also, some of the Tenchi crew members would be available, so which they're marked in there, in that same folder. I threw in hidden leaf in there. Unless you guys want someone else.
Then we need one other. Is that right?
Is Leaf an engineer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's up to you, Casey. If you want to play an engineer, I can grab somebody else.
And it doesn't even have to be Leaf. Personally, I wouldn't ask Leaf. But Vogel wouldn't know him, so.
I guess if I can play any of them, I'll just look at their stats. They all have nothing. Or haven't gotten any like talents or values. Alright. I guess the game is new. I'll play Chief Ingalls.
Ingallis?
Yeah.
Emergency repair is a good choice.
Well, you always need a salty enlisted guy for your away team.
All right, Lieutenant Vogel, your team has arrived at the runabout. Also, you're down one momentum, guys, just so you know.
What's that?
New scene, so you're down on momentum, so you should be at 2.
Morning, everyone.
Morning. Hi, you went to good choice.
Everyone have an opportunity to read the mission profile?
Of course. I guess I'll sit here.
Any questions? I know this is a little outside of the ordinary for a runabout mission. Being dragged through transwarp.
Well, at least it'll be a unique experience.
Great.
Could be a little disorientating at first for those that haven't been through it.
Well, as fast as it is, I imagine it'll be standard before too long.
Have you felt any effects during the transwarp? Slipstream?
Maybe just a little dizziness when you first enter, but that's about it. The jump could be a little disorientating.
I can make a quick anti motion sickness sort of thing that might help that experience.
Well, I think all the pre-flights are taken care of. Is everybody ready?
Let's do it.
Waiting for everyone to take a seat somewhere.
Security in the middle.
What do they call this runabout?
Tallow? Or,
Station Opsis is Runabout Tahoe. Requesting permission to depart.
permission granted, Runabout Tahoe. Good luck.
All right, here we go. And she'll go ahead and engage thrusters.
As you exit the essentially hangar from Deep Space 17, you already see the expedition, both Defiant class vessels have already left dock and are waiting on station keeping. And on the Raven, you see this. You see that the runabout is moving into position.
Right, it's plot a course to be in the proper spot.
Last time I saw a fleet this size was during the Dominion War.
Yeah. If you see many bigger, now you're in for something. All right.
What's the name of the Defiant? Is that the Raven?
The Raven, yes.
Let's go ahead and hail the Raven. Let them know we're ready.
Click on the comms. The Raven.
USS Raven, this is Runabout Tahoe.
Good morning, Raven. Wait, good morning, Tahoe. Is everything ready to
Good
go?
morning to you.
Everything's ready on this end, Captain.
Well, I think our crew is eager to get underway as well. All right, sit tight. We'll tractor beam you and we'll get started.
Ready to receive coordinates.
Chief, make sure you enhance the structural integrity fields just in case.
Vogel, you look on the actual readout, and you notice that the Tahoe has been modified. Structure integrity field has already been enhanced, and her warp capability is set maximum set with the added fuel at warp factor 8.6. A little bit far
Nice.
above standard.
See, this runabout's gotten some upgrades. We're in for a pretty fast ride.
Pretty nice.
That's the way the slipstream things are supposed to work, right? Pretty fast.
You're catching on quick, Chief. Hey, Lieutenant. Sorry, Arif got me in the habit. I apologize. All right, here we are.
Yep, just waiting on the Raven at this point.
At this point, the Raven locks her tractor beam on the runabouts, and as you hear over the comm as Captain Press. Just want to wish everyone good luck and see you in 36 hours. Expedition out. And with that, you feel a sudden jolt as the Raven and the Tahoe enter slipstream towards the Proteus star. After a few minutes, which would take several days at warp, the Raven and the Tahoe exit into the Proteus star system.
Doctor, let's go ahead and get a quick scan of the system, make sure we're alone out here.
Sure. Let's see. Some control signs.
It'd be up
No.
to the GM. You might just wave it.
Reason plus science, difficulty of 3, assisted by the runabout sensors plus science. There is an added increased difficulty for sensor readings.
Oh, forgot to pick the runabout's mission profile.
I'm assuming it's long duration.
Yep, I was just about to say that's probably what it is.
All right. So I'm gonna buy a die, and I don't have focus. So maybe the shuttle will disappear. Dang. There's a lot of interference, I guess.
Yes, Doctor, there is a lot of interference and can't make heads or tail. You see a
No,
bunch
just
of planetary bodies potentially in the system, and a very active Class M protostar.
no need to worry about hiding here. They won't find us if we can't find us. But I see some planetoids over here, and maybe we should stay a little away from the protostar. Maybe start on the outer planet.
How are systems holding up after the jump? This is more directed to the engineers.
Good, Lieutenant.
Runabout Tahoe to USS Raven.
Raven here. How did you fare at Tahoe?
So far, all our systems are holding up. How was your jump?
Well, everything here appears to be in one piece, but well, seems like this one's a little more solidly built than the Tian An Men. All right, Tahoe. You have 36 hours. Would you like to rendezvous with these coordinates as well, or did you have another place in mind?
Yes, Captain. Once you give us the all clear to start making our way toward the system, we'll rendezvous back here in 36 hours from your all clear signal.
All right. Understood. We'll make sure the coast is clear and
That's your job.
give you the green. No, yeah. I mean, we'll make sure the coast is clear. We'll give you the green light.
Understood. Standing by, Captain.
Yeah. So DeGrasse will first off order Nadon to conduct any scans.
You guys should have see the Raven, so it'd be sensor science from the Raven. I'm just pulling for data to speed things up.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, found it.
You did exit the system first, right?
Sorry, what's that?
You exited the system, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd get massive interference, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's a difficulty 3 inside the system, like plus
Gotcha.
3 for every scans.
Gotcha. Okay, sensor science.
Got the minimum outside the system, but Captain picking up on long range sensors what appears to be a Ji'Karie destroyer, similar to one that we encountered at the moon.
That's does it know we're here?
I don't think they saw us yet, sir, but
And how far out might they be?
They're 1 light year away.
Okay, well, let's keep our head on a swivel, see if anything else pops up. Can we communicate with the Tahoe at this distance?
You're close enough range, but there is a roll for it.
Gotcha.
It's control engineering difficulty of 2, assisted by the Ravens communications plus engineering.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I assume this would be ops, so
Yeah, you just.
we'll just have Knight run it.
I think you have like your supporting character you've been using.
Yeah, we have an ops support, Shikolos.
She does have a focus, if you guys want to use her to roll for it.
What was the roll, sorry?
It is control engineering difficulty of 2.
All right. Can I give her bold engineering as a talent for this activation? I think it's her second.
Guys need to make note of that. Yeah, I do recall it is probably her second, but go ahead. Actually, that'd be up to Ed because that's from his game.
What?
I recall activating her, but yeah, I didn't. I don't think I put it in notes anywhere. I think we. What episode did we use her in?
Wasn't she at the starbase?
No, she's part of the Tian An Men ship.
I have no idea who you activated on that crew.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I actually don't remember using her before.
Yeah, neither do I.
I actually had to scroll through like the entire list to
I thought I remember
see who it
playing her
was.
once, but
Might have done through roleplay, not actual role. So, gonna say no on that talent game. It is difficulty 3.
all right, I'll spend the momentum and 2 threat for, or sorry, 3 threat for 4 dice. Momentum back.
Gain 2 momentum back, and you have an open communication line with the Tahoe.
Incoming message from the Raven.
Go ahead and put it through.
Okay.
Well,
This is the Tahoe.
Tahoe. Looks like we're not alone out here. We've spotted one Ji'Karie destroyer. It looks like a similar one to one that we've seen near this station before. Wanted to give you a heads up. We can take care of it. You're all clear to proceed. However, be aware. We think this is the only one out here, but there could be more popping up.
Understood. Thank you, Captain. We'll keep our scanners locked on deep space.
Good luck.
You as well, Captain. Tahoe out.
That's it. They're gone.
All right. Let's make sure our shields at maximum, and I'll set us a course. Keep
Yes, sir.
keep those sensors trained. We don't want anything sneaking up on us.
All right, let's do my best. These shuttles weren't made for this. With sensors. Static.
And yeah, Prax, I'll set a course to our system.
Sensors are on.
Are you gonna go through the protostar on the other side?
I think the
If we have to cross through the system to get there, and yeah.
Well, I'm just wondering if, like, because you can exit out, or you can try to use the protostar as sort of cover.
if we just go straight north, we'll stop
Well,
the protostar interference. We'll make it faster.
Well, we do have that within the light star. So we'll take the second option. We'll use the protostar as cover until we can get far enough away.
We'll just make this one roll. So, give me daring plus con difficulty of 2, assisted by the runabouts engines con.
Can I try to plot a course
Y-
that allow a bonus to the
I'm gonna be honest. That's a reason con. So
Oh, is it already?
yeah, and it's at a difficulty 3 base.
Moving on.
You said diff 2?
Yes.
Daring's not my best score. Take a threat and I'll use the 2 momentum.
Did you say both momentum?
Yeah.
See.
I think I got some back, though.
Get 1 back so far. Engines con.
There we go. Go. Runabout.
Hey, good.
And you get the other one as you start flying through the debris, and about an hour you get kind of like it's a nice little cruising, scene. A protostar.
Montage. Scanners gathering all the data can.
All right. We should get to our destination in about 8 hours. So if there's anything you need to do, catch lunch, now would be a good time.
Anybody got deck cards?
We have a replicator, don't we?
I believe we do.
You have all the comforts of home, to a degree.
And a Foldinger.
Meanwhile, on board the USS Raven, about 15 minutes later, as the Ji'Karie vessel spots you and proceeds to head to you, as both vessels clash head to head. So, just so you know, each zone counts as a range category. So, close, medium, long, and then extreme. So, 4 zones out. But yeah, space combat. You guys get to go first.
Alrighty, Casey. It's showtime.
Glass cannon time. So basically, my understanding is of the Defiant class is we hit like a sovereign, but we do not take hits like a sovereign.
Right.
Don't the Defiants have ablative armor, though?
They have a resistance of 5, but their scale is 3. So they cannot take a lot of hits.
We have a security of like 7 or something stupid.
Security of 5, but weapons are at 13, so the ship's not gonna miss when you fire it. Just so you know.
Oh.
So what range are we at currently?
Currently, you're at extreme. So anything like if you use the ruler, so one range, like one zone is close, two is medium, three is long, and then four is extreme. So anything past four is considered extreme. Like 4 plus. So you're at extreme range currently.
So the cannons are
Close range.
close range. Uh, so we could move into medium range with this, with one movement, right? One impulse.
Anywhere within long.
Let me see. 3 zones is long, right?
Uh, it would be from there. You would be in this range category here.
Okay. So we can move 5 zones. 6. Sorry, how many
Just-
hexes can we
okay.
move in one turn? I think I got confused.
You're getting confused. So so the way it's worded in the book, impulsing to anywhere within long. Okay. Meaning you
Okay.
can impulse to long range, which you can be within the 3 zones from the destroyer. Okay. So anywhere up in here.
So we can impulse.
Impulse to there if you want.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but my
If you're wanting to get into close
my ping
range,
wasn't working. That's where I was trying to ping.
if you're wanting to get to close or medium range, you would have to warp, which will cost you 3 power.
Yeah, I'm not sure we want to do that.
Well, the difficulty to hit with the cannons would be 3 at long range.
4.
4. Okay.
Yeah,
Nope.
your cannons are close.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I can still probably hit it, but or we can hit him with quantum torpedoes, but you'd have to give him some threat for that.
I mean, yeah, I'm okay giving the threat. I think this might have to be Tian An Men tactics. Just hit it with as much as we possibly can up front. Do you think it's worth making ourselves harder to hit? Like evasive maneuvers or something?
Well, I was gonna say like he could do the movement and swift task and do the evasive maneuvers and then move and then swift task, sorry, and do the movement. We just have to keep enough momentum to retain the initiative. So probably a determination spend for con officer
Gotcha.
would be my suggestion, but
Yeah. No, honestly, that's a good plan. Yeah, let's do it.
So you're using Orgel?
yeah, he's our con.
Okay.
I assume we just took all the major supporting player characters from the Tian An Men.
Well, yeah, you have Orgel and Sukalov.
And
Knight,
Mackenzie is our doctor.
yeah, because he's your doctor. Knight is actually on the expedition.
Yeah, that I actually, I don't know if anyone noticed, but on the Tian An Men sheet, I made just in the bio part, I put the supporting characters from the original expedition that are in the Tian An Men in this universe. Just so we would keep track of that.
Oh, very nice.
It's just those 3 so far: Mackenzie, Sokolov, and Orjal.
Gotcha.
Okay. So what are you guys doing?
One.
And yeah, like any so Garibaldi or Vogel or Dr. Mountain, you guys can roll for one of the supporting characters that's on the Raven currently. That's part of the Tian An Men crew.
Our con officer is up in the expedition.
Yep. It's under the expedition
Section.
under supporting characters.
If you're looking, but
Yeah, you guys can go ahead and roll it.
All right, you need someone to roll for the ops officer. Is that what you're saying?
Con, I
Con.
think.
or Jal Bassin. He's our con officer.
Of the Tiaman or the expedition? Let's see.
He's under the expedition because he was on the original the Sovereign expedition, but he's on the Tian An Men in this universe.
Who?
Orjal. He's right the first one under the con section.
Oh, I don't.
Major-
Okay, now I was like, I don't see that one. But
Yeah.
someone
I'll just
threw
show
up
it to
on
players for you guys, and you can just close out who's not rolling for it.
All right. What was the roll again? I'm sorry.
Are you guys just impulsing into long?
We were gonna do evasive. Sorry. Here's another thing I'm forgetting. When you do evasive maneuvers, do you get a movement?
No, you don't
Or-
move it. You actually don't.
Okay. I was misremembering then. What the plan was to do an evasive maneuvers and then spend determination on that to get some momentum and try and retain the initiative to have him go again and then impulse us close and then hopefully we still have enough
Okay.
momentum to retain the initiative.
Just so you know, you have to do evasive last, because if you're gonna impulse into long range and you want to go evasive, evasive has to be on the second one, or else it cancels out to do another move. Like evasive always stays on until the helm officer goes again.
So you'd have
Okay.
to impulse, then evasive.
I see. Well, that order then.
All right. Then impulse is that daring con?
Impulse is gonna be control plus con, difficulty 0, assisted by the Raven's engines plus con.
All right. Flight control systems is a focus.
Yes, this has a power requirement of 1.
So
And remember, we want a ton of momentum from this, if
Yeah.
possible.
all right. Well, in that case, I'll give you a bold to activate, or I give you a bold. I give you a threat to activate bold, so I get a reroll.
Okay.
Well,
Good
I
thing
can
you
end
gave
up-
him that threat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can reroll that one. Woo-hoo. How about that for momentum generating?
And I need the ship. Engines con.
Get that.
That's
What
all
the
you
hell
did.
was that?
That was my nephew screaming, so I apologize if you heard that.
Sounded like a murder.
I know.
He's got a really high pitched voice when he screams. It's so annoying. I'm sorry. Sorry, Twitch.
I mean, 'tis the season, but
I promise nothing terrible is happening. He just does that.
Sure.
likely story.
Oh boy. It is a difficulty 0 because you're in open space. So
Momentum to this.
7 momentum gained.
Let's see. That's 3 float. We have to spend the float right away, right?
Yeah, but
Yes.
two of it you could use for the swift task.
Yes.
Right. So spend 2 for the swit task. Do we want to try to spend 2 more to create some sort of advantage?
I'm not sure what you could do with impulsing.
Yeah, I don't know either. All right, so we'll spend 2 for swift task.
The Raven actually has specialties. So it has improved impulse drive. So whenever does an impulse attack pattern or evasive action, which you can use it for the next go around, but you can't spend 2 momentum to increase the difficulty of attacks against the ship by 1.
Yeah, do that.
You have to actually, until the flight controller's next turn.
Oh, boo.
So I guess after this swift task.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then you want me to do the evasion thing, right?
Yes.
All right,
Evasive
that looks
action.
Like
Yep.
now that one looks like daring plus con.
That is a daring plus con, difficulty of 2, because it is a swift task, assisted by the ship's structure plus con.
I am
And-
going to give you another threat for a third die and activate bold. Flight control systems for a focus still. Or evasive action.
I'll take evasive action. Two floats. So currently, because Ordral has glancing impact, the Raven's resistance goes up by 2. He has precise evasion, so you can spend 2 momentum, so it does not suffer a difficulty increase in attacks because of the evasive action.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
We could do that, and then the 2 for increase the difficulty of attacks against us as well for the improved
So you
impulse
go down
drive.
to 4 momentum, so you're at base difficulty 4 to hit in optimal range. Oh, essentially you're at a +2 difficulty for any range category. I already marked the power for you guys. And the ship's resistance, I believe, is currently at 7.
We're a tough little ship.
Little.
Little. Does the turn pass to them?
I think the plan is to retain.
Yeah, let's retain.
I'm gonna let them fire first.
Not if we
What
can
I
help.
heard, what I heard
Yeah.
is we were spending momentum to keep the initiative.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, let's retain and take a shot.
2 momentum, you're currently at long range of the vessel.
Casey, you think you can hit it?
It's difficulty 4 at this range.
No, what are you using?
Well, you can use the versatile from the cannons to suck up shields, right?
You can use it for piercing, yes.
Yeah, so I would imagine we want to hit with cannons first and then go in with the torpedoes, but I'm no space combat master.
You do have quantum torpedoes as well, just FYI.
Yeah, that is very awesome. Leave that at the discretion of the captain.
Quantum torpedoes would allow us to do the most damage right at the outset, right?
I
Potentially.
guess
Compared to cannons.
they do the most damage, but it's easier to take down shields with cannons, is my understanding.
So remember, torpedoes. All torpedoes have. Well, most all torpedoes have high yield. Okay. You're currently in optimal range for firing torpedoes. Cannons is less optimal. You're looking at a +2 difficulty increase just to fire the cannons at range. The current range you're at. So you're either looking at difficulty 4 or difficulty 3, depending on which weapon you choose. Phasers would be difficulty 3, cannons would be difficulty 4, and quantum torpedoes would be difficulty 3. And just FYI, the quantum torpedoes are rolling 9 challenge dice on that ship base.
Yeah.
Full salvo would be 10, which would be equal to the amount number of dices compared to the cannons?
Honestly, yeah, I say we go with torpedoes. Just take the sure shot, hit them as hard as we can.
All right.
Normal torpedo strike or full salvo?
Full salvo.
I mean, let's make an impression.
Yeah.
Just FYI, quantum torpedoes are calibrates or have calibration, so you spend your minor action to calibrate the quantum torpedoes.
All right. I'll do those 2 momentum plus a threat for 4 dice.
So 4 threats
Or
and
spreads.
rolling 4 dice, difficulty of 3.
Yep.
Control security system by the ship's weapons security.
Nice.
Weapons security.
Yep. Told you it doesn't miss.
Jesus.
18.
Difficulty 3, you gain 5 momentum. So on the sheet with the Raven, you need to change for the quantum torpedoes before you roll for it. Change the 4 to a 5. Make sure you hit enter, and then hit
Yep.
the Starfleet symbol.
Well, that was underwhelming.
You do have 5 momentum.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, so I'm gonna spend 1 to reroll 5.
Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13 base.
Another 1 for piercing. What does that bring us to?
Currently, they are taking. Did 13, so they're currently doing 11. Still a breach.
Um,
Doesn't 13 make it 15?
No, they're doing 11. They're resistance of 4. So they would be doing you'd be doing 9 damage to them with their resistance. Okay.
Okay.
All right, but with the doing 1 piercing, that their shields are still up. Just FYI, currently.
I'm happy with that because we can use the remaining momentum to fire again.
So real quick, that is 2 breaches to them. And then I gotta calculate the salvo, which is half is 7. Currently, they are taking 4.
One in for reach. Still have 2 for.
So you want to just spend a momentum for piercing?
Yeah, that would work. Don't you think?
Sorry, spend another for piercing?
Like they're currently doing 4. It's currently doing 4.
Yeah,
For the salvo.
spend another
Alright.
for piercing for the salvo. We'll still have enough to retain.
Just FYI, are we at war with these people?
We are now.
Yeah, I was about to
Yeah.
say it's no turning back.
I mean, they did try to destroy the station not that long ago. Just
No, they didn't
FYI.
declare it Cold War, hot war. Ooh, good one.
That can't be good.
Jesus.
Anyway. And a fiery explosion and for a full salvo with quantum torpedoes. the Ji'Karie destroyer is instantly destroyed.
So much for the evasive maneuvers. Ross is going to look at Casey. It's a little differently than the Tian An Men, doesn't it?
Indeed. Reminds me of being on the bridge of the Monarch in a way.
All right, well, something tells me there might be some more fun out here today, so keep our eyes peeled. Nadon, let me know if anything else pops up on the radar.
Meanwhile, scene change. So you go down 1 momentum and 1 second.
There's a lot of data for that protostar. It's taken weeks to go through it all. Do we know anything about the system we're going to?
Yeah, you guys did just one shot that destroyer.
What scale was that shot?
4?
Okay. Not bad.
I mean, hell, your torpedoes have vicious 1.
Tough little ship.
Yeah, this thing is a glass cannon. Crazy.
Ouch.
After a long, uneventful trip, Doctor, on sensors, you pick up a binary star system coming into range.
I informed Vogel, and we're coming in long range sensors.
Gonna drop the impulse, get some scans before we head in,
All right.
and I'll drop her the impulse.
Reason plus science, difficulty 2, assisted by the runabouts, sensors plus science.
There's actually some momentum still. I'll take one of those. Let's see, I don't have the focus. Where is it? I might have to. It's not letting me get my character sheet.
Is roll 20 being stupid again?
Let's see. Here it is. Aha! All right, sorry. Science, reason, 3 dice. No focus.
Runabout sensors plus science.
Oh, I got that up. Hold on. Oh my god, the ship hit.
It worked!
Gain of momentum. Doctor, sensors indicate that it is a binary star system. Both are Class M main sequence stars. The total of 11 planets and 44 moons within the binary pair.
Any habitable M-class or nearby?
One planet is consistent with in the habitable zone, consistent with a potentially Class M planet around one of the pairs, and one of the moons around one of the gas giants is a Class P or glacier.
Okay. Which number of the 11 is the first one?
It is the second planet around one of the pairs.
And so the second planet looks like it's habitable zone, and also one of those giants right there. One of the moons is a glacier planet. It might be habitable with some sort of station or outpost or something.
Anything M class?
The second planet. Yeah. Everything else is rocky and gas.
Are you detecting any signatures or technology?
Is that indicated at all?
For a momentum.
Okay.
Right, he doesn't get the superpower.
Yeah. Was the momentum spent?
If we have it, it might be good to know.
You gained one off the roll.
Yeah, we should probably spend it there.
Yeah, gain information. Oh, I think this applies. Hold on. Talent. Studious. Maybe spend one more momentum.
You
to
still have
obtain
to-
information.
You have to spend the momentum. So after you spend this momentum, you get a
An
free question.
additional question. Okay. Perfect. So I do have a superpower.
No, there's the roll ability if you are the science officer, which you get a free question like automatically,
Oh, right.
which counts as a momentum spend, which then also fires Studious.
Oh, so that's about double.
Yeah, that's how
I
you
got
get the
single
double
anyway. I'll take
Yeah,
the
this-
single. That's fine.
Yeah, that's why me with high resolution sensors, I get 3 questions and it's
Oh,
ridiculous.
sweet. All right, so start any starships or technology in the system.
Well, I was more referring to the planet.
Oh, the planet then, sure.
But if you won't take the planet, then yeah, I'd check the system.
Take the system first and then narrow it down if we need to. Your guess was right. The terrestrial planet does have a faint energy reading there. Maybe we can narrow that down. What kind of energy reading on the planet? Number 2.
I'm gonna give this to you because this is the reason why it's I didn't give you the information on it because there is interference because they're main red stars, which emit a lot of radiation. So it kind of scrambles sensors a little bit, and you're kind of on the outer edge of the system.
All right.
So,
Doctor, that radiation, does it pose any threat to us? Or will shields be sufficient?
I can ask that last question then and say, what effect would the radiation have on the shuttle occupants, etc., in the shield, and whether we have enough protection, basically. Okay. Yeah, it looks like while on the shuttle, the shields will be sufficient, but once we go on the planet, it'll be pretty severe. We'll have to put some protection on.
Doctor, you get working on that radiation protection. I'll try to get us closer and get some more detailed scans of that planet.
All right, I'll get SPF 5000 and we should be good.
Are there moons around that second planet or around that M class?
You need a momentum for that.
We wouldn't already have that.
Oh
After
wait,
scanning
sorry.
the-
47
Yeah,
moons.
yeah. There are 2.
That's
I'm
two.
gonna take the shuttle, and kind of use it as a screen to block us from the planet,
Sure.
so we can get scans, and hopefully not be detected by anything.
We could go towards the larger planets that might hide us a little bit.
You
Well, we got to get close to do detailed scans.
you
I mean,
move.
as we go by.
Okay, you move the runabout and you make a very careful approach towards the second planet and take a conservative approach around one of the moons to hide your presence.
All right, Doctor, your time to shine. Let's see what they got. Garibaldi, if you want to scan for any defenses as well.
Sure thing, Lieutenant.
Just in case.
What's first? Is another sensor scan or something else?
I'm going to give you a threat for bold, GM. Good thing I did.
Nice.
Go shuttle.
Okay, we're good.
2, 3, 4, 5. Lieutenant Vogel, there appears to be either a civilian mining or survey vessel on the planet's surface. Not seeing anything of military quality or type in the immediate area.
Do we figure out what they're mining for from this range?
Um, can I give you a momentum for that piece of information, GM? That's fair. Not with a security scanners, Commander.
I understand.
Can you get a determination on who it is?
I get a profile on the ship as a momentum spent off my security scan. Unknown, sir, ma'am. Not a ship I'm familiar with.
They don't seem associated with these other ones necessarily.
What about life signs, Prax? Or is that going to be another different scan?
I might as well set my scan up. I'll take one of those momentum.
Could
for
we
my-
argue reason medicine if we're trying to determine life science?
I do have genetics as a focus. To determine what species it is.
Boo.
All right. Your momentum is spent. Doc.
Fine.
Worth a shot.
Good call. All right. Spent momentum. No focus. And that's imaging systems.
No, it'd probably have to be like sensors or sensor operations.
Or just roll a 1, and it doesn't matter.
You could just roll it right in the mix. Little life force. Life force.
You're a little pitchy there, Doc.
Well, it looks like we're it's a pretty diverse planet with plant, animal life, that kind of stuff. Now there's 8 humanoids where Quick's lieutenant found reporting at that location. So there's 8 on the planet that I see. This must be a small mission or clandestine, maybe, who knows?
Can you get an identification of whose mining operation this is?
With momentum, sure.
There's your momentum.
They're not in our database. We haven't encountered them. I have to get down there to find out, I guess.
Well, certainly keep a record of these scans so they get added to the database.
Yep. I don't know if this is a first contact mission.
Sounds
now.
like it might be a first contact situation. Let's keep scanning, see if there's any runes or anything we've overlooked in our initial scans.
Well, we can see what they're digging for anyway. Maybe there's an object or ore or something. Is that part of my scan? Or with a momentum? Okay. We have to go down there, I guess. Might need a tricorder scan to get the exact information. Or get closer, I'm not sure.
Well, what do you
Cool.
guys think? A nice away mission?
Well, we're already here.
All right.
Think we could find a good place to put down where that we wouldn't be seen?
I'm sure we can find a spot. Here, put these.
I don't want to. I don't want to
screen-
leave the runabout in the open with those destroyers flying around.
Yeah, maybe we can find a hilly area or someplace that we can duck her behind.
I'll keep the I'll keep the runabout in space, hiding behind one of these moons. Garibaldi, why don't you lead the doctor and one of the engineers down to the planet?
Who's ready to go?
Sounds good, Lieutenant. Garibaldi will
Uh,
point at the engineer being played by a character.
Hold up. Hold up.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
I saw 2 threats.
Yes. Hold up. I was trying to find a sound effect while you guys were talking, but you guys notice that you hear the audible tone beep for an incoming hail.
Where's that hail coming from?
Who's got comms?
I currently.
Probably one of the engineers.
Oh, engineers.
I'll take comms. Sir, the hail is coming from the planet's surface.
Well, I guess they know we're here. Go ahead and open the channel.
And Sleeth will put him through.
Says Lieutenant Vogel of the Runabout Tahoe. Do you need assistance?
It takes a few moments for the universal translator to decipher the language, and you can start hearing like it sounds like he's like repeating himself. It's like this is Dario, leader of the mining expedition to unidentified vessel. Please respond.
Dario, this is Lieutenant Vogel of the Runabout Tahoe. Do you require assistance?
No, our probe detected your vessel on approach. We were only expecting us to be in the system. I wasn't aware that they sent another expedition out to this system.
Excuse me, did you say you were not expecting another group?
We weren't expecting another survey team out this far. We got approval from the government. Which team are you with?
We are from the United Federations of Planets. We are Starfleet.
Are you? Where do you come from?
We come from several different places. I come from a planet called Earth, several thousand light years away. I think it's 1,000, several hundred.
It's hundreds.
Several hundred light years away.
Um, that's extraordinary. Please, we don't mean any harm if you've already laid claim to this planet. We thought we were alone in the universe.
I see. We have no intention of laying claim to this planet. We are merely here on a survey expedition. One of our primary directives is to seek out new lives and new civilizations.
A commendable endeavor.
Maybe we send a team down to meet and initiate formal first contact.
Of course. I'm no representative from my world, but I would be delighted to get to know you. There is a clearing near our ship. You can land there.
Yep, I see it.
Transporters?
I'll see you in a little bit then.
See you soon. And
And I'll wait till the channel is closed.
they cut the channel.
Thoughts?
There's contacts. They seem warp capable. Their ship, at least.
At the
I
very
don't know.
least, they're capable of subspace communications.
Yeah, satellites. and troops. Um,
I'm
So
sorry.
it must
Garibaldi,
be
what's
from
the
your-
risk assessment of landing on the shuttle, or landing the runabout on the planet?
GM, did I discard any environmental hazards that would damage the shuttle?
and it seems inevitable.
For momentum.
Solar,
I give you that momentum.
The area they've designated is clear. You've not detected any like large beast. There might be, smaller ones that could pose a danger to people, but you're actually fairly close enough to the other ship that they could provide assistance if need be.
Hey, Doc, could we get maybe a little closer scan of that vessel? See if they do have warp drive.
yeah, we can do it as we're landing.
They do. They do.
Okay. Yeah, I was worried that we just broke the front prime directive.
They contacted us, so we would not be in breach.
They knew we were here.
Yep.
Warp drive or subspace communication, in terms for contact, does not break. If they're communicating with you, does not break prime directive.
Well, there are no environmental hazards, Lieutenant, that should damage the ship. We should be all right.
How exposed would we be to fire from space?
Clearing is self-identified. Pretty random.
I don't really see much for hiding the ship. We would certainly be at risk. But if they're not very familiar with us, I mean, it's putting the ship in a possible spot where they might be vulnerable for fire from space. But the alternative is um, revealing the existence of transporters to these folks. If they don't know about transporters, might be good to keep that information to ourselves in case we need spring a surprise on them.
So I would rather not land the runabout if I could avoid it, just in case we have to get out of here quickly.
Keep in
So,
mind, you can only transport 2 people simultaneously with the runabout.
Is
Really?
there a patch that we could hide in? Like a tree cups or something? Just to transport there, then walk over to them?
Well, given that information, I think the GM wants us to land, so down we go.
I'm just saying, there's a choice here. You can stay in orbit, or you have to send 2 down at a time. So if you really want to get out quick enough, either you
Yeah.
land
Not too
down,
late.
or send 2 up at a time, or just send 2 people down once, and everyone else stays on the runabout.
Yeah, we'll just land it.
Possibly go wrong.
What's the worst that'll happen?
Okay, I just need a control plus con assisted by the runabout's engines plus con to make a safe landing.
Difficult?
You know what? I'm gonna spend a little threat because make it difficulty 1.
What is
And
it?
I'll
Engines
use the
and
momentum.
engines come.
Yes, engines con.
Yep.
Gain 3 momentum.
Yeah.
Worth.
And you fly the runabout towards the planet and sit down in what appears to be somewhat of a, mountainous area.
Before we step foot off the runabout, make sure you secure all systems. Stow away any important technology.
No one will ever guess my password.
It's really thinking lock the damn weapons up.
No, we'll put a security lockout on all the systems, Lieutenant.
What difficulty you want to go for?
Three.
Control security difficulty 3.
Anyone help?
I'll give you a threat for bold. Yeah, have a focus for that.
The security systems.
All right, I'm going to use my join talent. I already have a prior host that was a security officer, so I'll just keep using that one so I can pick up security systems as a focus for the rest of the session.
So for this, I thought it was for the scene.
Reroll another one. Oh, jeez.
It works great.
Does the roll stand, or do you wish you could spend?
I do wish to squash because I don't want to lock the system and then forget the password or something.
Well, can you do a reroll?
I already used my reroll.
No, but I mean buy.
Do you wish you used your determination? The
But
reroll
you
too.
have 2 non-points. You need the runabout to get 2.
Sure, I will spend towards the value. I missed my calling as a tactical security officer.
I don't know.
It's the only one I have that's even close, unless you're going to take the mission directive.
I'll
Prime
take
directive?
risk taken in pursuit of knowledge must be taken. Normally, you don't. There's the default security clearance should be adequate for this, but taking a risk by changing up the security systems a little bit to kind of lock it down.
Yeah, I gotta spend. I gotta spend some. There you go. I'm gonna have to. Since I've changed the security, I'm gonna have to spend some. When I get some milestones, I'm gonna spend a milestone to change that value out, since it doesn't really apply to my character anymore. Hey, but I got my 3. No, I got 4. I got to gain the momentum, right?
You get a momentum back, and you lock the security systems. Or well, you add an extra layer of security to the runabout, making it difficult for anyone who wishes to access the system, other than the away team.
Is there an assist by the
No,
computers?
no.
No, because Quicks was actually modifying this system.
What's up?
Well, Lieutenant, I got the systems on the runabout as secure as I can make them. Just hope I remember the password when we get back. Just kidding. I know what it is.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, it's Garibaldi, so you know it's got to be peekaboo, right?
Really, no spaceball reference.
If everyone's ready, let's go make first contact.
Ready?
Ready.
All right.
Who's mining the star?
Oh, right. Before we step out, did Doctor make the radiation stuff?
Yeah, I replicate a sunscreen that works in this environment.
That will be control medicine difficulty of 2. To replicate the appropriate sunscreen that everyone can apply.
Because I already got enough sunburn. I don't need any more. Thank you.
Oh,
how about
really bad?
Can I use genetics to make it perfect for each species?
No.
Here. Dang it. Difficulty 2, you said? assist by the computer? I don't think.
I'll give you computer's medicine.
Why did you fail me with my good spend? Oh, silly. All right. What was it again?
Computer's medicine.
Trying to gain this moment. It's not.
Are you spending any?
You didn't
I
spend.
did.
Yeah.
I did not spend it, so I cannot read.
So either the roll
Here's
stands
the sunscreen.
or no, because it's a failure, because it's difficulty 2. So you have a choice. You can succeed at cost, or the roll can stand.
How about we succeed at cost? I'm okay with that.
The sunscreen that you synthesize for everyone to use will definitely help protect you. However, it does have a little bit of side effects. It will cause itching and burning for prolonged, as long as it stays on your body, depending on where you applied it at. And it has a very red tint, so all your skin color is kind of have like a muddy look on you guys.
Is this supposed to look like this, Doc?
Well, I'm not used to red star radiation. That's. I guess I put too much pigment in. I don't know. I didn't realize it would reflect so much red from. But here we are. They're not going to notice it's already red light anyway. I think it's just these neon lights that are causing these things. But don't keep it on for too long, so maybe we should have short visits with them to start, at least in sunlight.
Well, listen, let's go ahead and get out there before we start getting a rash.
I'll
It's
bring
really
my dermal
classy with my
regenerator.
uniform.
Once everyone's applied their doctor's prescribed sunscreen, we'll go ahead and step
Dr. Mountain Emergency Sunscreen.
Coming soon to a Walmart near you.
Side effects include fever, rash, insomnia.
Impotence.
Scene
I'll
change.
put that on.
Mildly radioactive.
You exit the runabout as a group of very humanoid-looking individuals walk up, and they stop, and he raises his hand and kind of gives you a slight bow. I am Dario, leader of this expedition.
Nice to meet you. I am Lieutenant Sarah Vogel. This is Dr. Mountain and Lieutenant
Party.
Quicks. And whoever the hell the engineers are. I have no idea who they are.
Chief Ingalls and
Galvis and
Leaf.
Leaf.
Yeah. I say their names as well. That would require looking at 9,000 folders. Do we recognize the species?
They actually look pretty human, like kind of like you. He kind of points to his left, to her. This is Enkin. She's the pilot. Or, sorry, not Enkin. I am now reading this wrong. This is Ozoha. This is the pilot of for the expedition.
nice to meet you.
This is everyone kind of steps forward. To my right is Ji'Karie. He is the essentially my security officer. He's in charge of protection for all the members of the crew. And behind me is our doctor, medtech, Ankin. And they all seem very kind of shy and nervous, and the others are inside. Welcome to Makalea. This is, well, that's what we call it. Not sure if you have a name for it.
Leah sounds nice.
Very much so. So what brings you out here?
I'm leader of this mining expedition. I'm hoping to set up a mining outpost here to help harvest rare earth minerals for my home. This isn't our native home. We come from Vogel. It's quite a distance away. I can only imagine traveling several hundreds of light years. It must have took you years to get here.
More or less.
He wasn't a straight shot.
I see.
So, where is Vorkala located?
Oh, it's about 10 light years or so from here. It actually took us 7 months to get here, believe it or not.
Whew, it's a long time to be in space in one trip.
Sure is. Sure, not as long as you travelers have been. Why don't we come inside my ship? We're about ready to have our evening meal. You care to join us? The radiation here is not real hospitable to us, and I'm not sure how you guys deal with it.
Well, the doctor here made this, and she kind of holds up her arms, this sunscreen, but a little
Sorry about
itchy.
that. Yeah, perhaps getting
Oh.
inside would be better.
Oh, is that the red color? Is that your native tint?
No. It's just the ointment that I created. I overcompensated for the light, so it's reflecting pretty well. It's actually quite comical. I'll join you in a moment. I'm going to start scanning life forms native to this place as we go follow them or whatever.
I see. Well, don't mind. You're welcome to come on board, and would like to very much get to know you. You
We
kinda-
appreciate the
Yeah.
invitation. We're explorers ourselves, always looking to meet new folks different from us.
It's good to know. Just don't eat us, all right? Kind of like breaks a smile.
We had lunch. Thanks.
How straight of a face do you say that, Doctor?
I have a smirk, but like I give him a tell
Okay.
that like I'm only playing around. Or he can take it the other way. I continue my scans nonchalantly.
Oh, I'll just show the nameplates. Oh, and him and his, some of his team, they walk back inside their ship.
And if we're invited, we'll follow him. Or I'll nod to Garibaldi to do a quick scan, and then we'll follow him.
Garibaldi will scan away.
Make sure we're not falling into a trap, so to speak.
Only paranoia if they're not out to get you.
Reason plus security difficulty 1.
Well, I figure this is Vogel's first command, so very
Overly cautious.
paranoid.
Right? I'm gonna roll it flat. I'm gonna take some chances. There you go.
You're not detecting any traps to where they walked in at. There are, the vessel does appear to have some defense batteries, some something similar to like a phaser banks.
It appears to be safe for now.
You
That's
guys
what
go
I'll
ahead.
say.
I'll be waddling in a moment.
Well,
Garibaldi will send the information about the weapons on the ship to Vogel's tricorder or to Vogel's pad. He won't say it out. They won't talk about that out loud.
Go ahead, Lieutenant. You're the leader of this one.
Yeah, she'll
We're
look
with
at
you.
it. She'll look at it really quick. The you guys go ahead is her slow mobility.
That's okay.
So you guys can go ahead and first. Plus, take all the shots.
Oh, Garibaldi will take the lead. Kind of motion for the doctor to follow. Come on, Doc. You got to make sure the food will work with our biology.
Have you ever had gawk, Lieutenant? It still works with your biology, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, the last time I had gawk, I was on the toilet for 3 hours. Why don't you give their
Right.
food a scan? Come on, Doc.
Once you get there. After you, Lieutenant. Quicks.
Yeah, Garibaldi takes the lead.
You can't move. Okay.
We got to do token moving here. That's right. That's why you have gnomes in your party. So we'll follow our hosts.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna switch to theater mind.
To interior. Still scanning.
You staying outside to scan, Doctor, or are you going and following in?
I just, as I was walking, I had my tricorder out. So I'm scanning. Passively scanning, I guess. As I walk.
Uh, plants seem to be kind of similar to most Class M planet terms for vegetation. They've adapted to the essentially strong radiation coming from the star. Luckily, the radiation from the star isn't as bad as some flare stars. So it's just enough to
Moderation.
it's just enough to allow for.
Oh, I see. I could have compensated with this. Okay, I understand. Maybe an extra. Hello there.
Yeah, you enter the ship, and there was like, oh, please have a seat. The other members, that's sorry, she's an engineer. That's Rego. He's one of the other engineer, and you can see like Rego. He's got like this big wrench on his back. Never leaves that wrench behind. Always carries it with him. It's Zia. She is our local botanist, and that's Festin, our geologist and survey master.
Well, it is a pleasure to meet all of you. Our lieutenant's
Sorry.
right behind us. And everybody will look at the ones that they've just been introduced to. I'm Garibaldi Quicks. This is Dr. Mountain, our physician.
Greetings.
Lieutenant Vogel, who's our leader of our little exploratory group, is right behind us. And then he introduces the engineer whose name I can't remember either.
Leaf and Angalis.
And these are Leaf and Angalis, the rest of our crew. Our engineers, as it were. I'm sure they'd love to talk shop with your engineer. They might get a little jealous. They don't have a big wrench like that, though.
The wrench is for tightening bolts and to smash rodents when they get on board the ship.
They got big rodents on this planet? And do they taste good?
Step forward. Hello. How's everybody been?
She kind of like steps back and walks over to the doctor and whispers into his ear. Forgive us, Dr. Mountain. We're it's the first time encountering visitors from another well, intelligent life from another world.
It's understandable. And actually, we're not all from the same world. Dr. Mountain and Dr. Vogel, who you met, or Lieutenant Vogel, you met, they're from Earth. It's in the Sol
Thank
system.
you, Colin. But yeah,
I'm from a planet called
Human.
Trill.
Keep in mind he can't see the spots, so
sorry I smudged out your spots.
Well,
does all life look intelligent life evolved to in some manner to sort of resemble this form? I half expected
Yeah.
giants, eight-legged, spider-like, or
Well, the universe has endless possibilities. Doctor, I would be happy to share my knowledge that may help your people at any time, when you're comfortable to speak with a non-you.
if you guys, if you don't mind, Dario, I would like to get a quick scan to make sure there's no foreign bacteria and other agents
Sure.
that could prove harmful to us.
All right. How about a mutual scan? I have
Uh,
my own device.
you-
It's merely medical in nature.
I was
Will not
going.
harm you.
I was just going to use the ship here. Just
Sure.
he starts working away at the console.
I should probably warn you that my species, well, some members of my species, are have a symbiotic relationship uh, with other sentient life, and so you might find that there are two of me, as it were. Don't want you to be surprised.
An ancient Earth song came to mind.
I don't see anything that could be deadly, but as a precaution, when we get back home, we should probably undertake quarantine measures for at least 6 weeks.
Well, I will check my scanner as well, doctor, and I will do a medical scan. I'm a volunteer or whatever. Doctor.
Seeing I'm the one who invited you, you can scan me.
Of course. Thank you. This will not harm you. I will scan.
Reason plus medicine difficulty 2.
One with a tricorder.
Yes.
Oh, I'll wish for some machine. Imaging systems for the scan.
This would be more like xenobiology.
Sure. Genetics.
No.
You say reason or control?
Reason plus medicine difficulty 2.
And I spent one for a die to trigger cautious.
You get it back.
Don't need it. So perfect.
I'm assuming Vogel cut up. Yes, you get a biological. You scan. You get a good understanding of their physiology. They are similar to humans. Some of the organs are not in the same spots. Genetically makeup, it's quite different, but there are some parallels in terms for the evolutionary branch from wherever they come from.
Yeah. So yeah, it's that you seem perfectly healthy as well. Fascinating. So I'd be happy to share more information with you, but this is just precautionary for both of us. So, Lieutenant Vogel, want to proceed?
What am I proceeding with?
I heard something about dinner.
Oh yes. As long as
If you'd,
you scan the food and make sure it's adequate for our
Palatable.
digestive system.
of course.
Yeah, the food is. It's not replicated, just FYI.
Does it taste good in some ways?
It's a mix of fruits and vegetables. There is what appears to be some sort of meat, though it may be grown or cultured somehow.
Textured protein.
But
Very
it
good.
provides substance. It's mixed with different spices that, on the molecular level, is similar to like pepper and salt.
Hope you've
Essentially,
been
it would be
invited.
salt, but
So, what brings you to this planet anyway?
we're currently engaging in survey, but we're actually a mining company, or at least the start of a mining company. I hope so. Given approval from the government.
Well, tell us about your people. We'll gladly share stories about the Federation from many perspectives. We're only a small sample.
Absolutely. But before we start to eat, as many species we've encountered have rituals or traditions associated with sharing a meal. I don't want to start eating and disrespect one of your traditions. Do you?
If you mean in terms for something like that, it's usually just thanks for the food. Um, we don't have. Some of us have, deities that we worship, but Frank, most of us don't really practice that anymore.
So that's fairly common in many of the worlds of the Federation I'm familiar with, where they worship deities for a while, and then when they encounter space, some let that go, some don't. For example, the Bajoran people uh, have a system of worship centered around uh, another sentient species that lives inside a wormhole. It's quite fascinating.
A wormhole? That's. Uh, physics says it's possible, but we've never seen one. And
It's a wild galaxy out there. We stumbled across, not our crew personally, but the the group that we belong to, the government that we belong to, stumbled across a stable wormhole connecting this quadrant of the galaxy with another. Quite interesting. Mm, Mostly. What's the furthest from your homeworld that you've traveled?
um, well, I'm not sure about others, but this is the furthest we've traveled. We don't had really had a need to venture out far. This is the first
Good
sign
religion.
of, honestly, people from another world that we've ever had in our past 100 years or so of being able to travel at work. We've never felt the need to go fast anywhere since then.
Seems understandable. There are plenty of uh, my people for centuries were quite quite happy just staying on Trill, but the Earthers, like Lieutenant Vogel and the Doctor here, their people seem to have this insatiable curiosity to see what's over the next hill, what's behind the next nebula. Isn't that right, Doctor?
Right over the next mountain.
And if it's if they've already done their thank for the food, Garibaldi's going to try the food.
It's
Kind of
good
looks
to
at
eat.
that like the food's okay, right?
It's okay.
Garibaldi's going to try the food. Doesn't want to be rude.
Um, the
There's lots of
vegetable
species.
the vegetables are grown in our hydroponics bay. They are native to our homeworld, as well as the meat. It's cultured.
Well, this is quite tasty. Thank you for the meal. I appreciate it. To be honest, it's been a while
Thank
since I've had food that wasn't replicated.
Replicated, as Zia kind of speaks up.
Uh, I,
There's a
I
list.
can't explain the science behind it, Doc. You want to help me out here?
Oh, what's the name of the government that you speak of? They have a representative aboard the ship or nearby?
We have no representative from our government here. Zia, that's probably enough. We should inform our government of what has happened here. I'm sure they would like to know. Of course.
And I'm sure those in our diplomatic corps would like to make a formal relationship with your government if, of course, you and your government agree to that.
Well,
We
let's
could.
not talk matters over shared means.
Well, I can send word to. I can send word to my government. It would take a few hours for them to get a reply back. It might be a day or so before they give us a directive on what to do. They are rather slow at times. As he chuckles.
We could understand how long governments can take.
It might be quite shocking. To some folk. Have you been here long? Has the sun affected your condition at all?
I provided a radiation octave to help deal with the side effects of the radiation. Akin kind of speaks up. Typically, though, exposure outside from the ship is only for a few hours.
I understand. Thank you.
Well, if they're wanting us to take our leave, I'll probably nod to everybody to head back to the runabout.
They didn't say that. They just said, like, should not speak on certain matters without
Oh.
contacting their government.
But can we take a look around and whatnot?
You would probably need to ask permission.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah,
you?
good.
Mind if we look around?
Is Dario's ready to say, like, in the she kind of speaks like, Dario, we should not be having tours at this time. There is sensitive equipment, and I would hate to have someone get injured, especially, developing a diplomatic incident here on board the station. It will look very poorly on us and future endeavors for this company. Suppose you're right, Sarah. Or Sarah, yeah.
Well, let's go. Nice to have met you.
Perhaps another time.
Well, if nothing else, we could share stories from our homeworlds. And then Garibaldi will launch into like one of the like stories and tales about Trill and its past, and tell like a short story from Trill's history.
What sort of tale?
That's something lighthearted, little humorous. Maybe something like a little lighthearted, a little humorous. Maybe something about that tells a little bit about on the symbiotes, but does it like I said, does it in kind of a lighthearted way.
Presence command difficulty 2. You convey that.
Psychiatry is a focus.
No. I would take storytelling.
I don't
Or-
have that one. I already used my joint talent. Yeah, I'll spend a momentum for the third die. And apparently Garibaldi's not that much of a storyteller.
They look
Good one, Lieutenant.
confused. They don't get many of the reference points that you make in the for the story, as they're like they have no way of referencing what you're trying to tell and convey the humorous side of it. As you laugh, and they all kind of look around at each other, confused.
Garibaldi looks a little embarrassed. I guess you had to be there. Perhaps you could tell us a story from your world.
What sort of story would you like to hear?
Well, just something that tells us maybe a little bit about the history of your world, or that's going to sound silly, but maybe a story that you tell to tell to your children. As when it comes to your culture, we are like children, in that we don't know you very well.
There's Dario kind of speaks. It's a child's tale, but I'm not sure how to present this to you, given we couldn't get much reference from your story, and I apologize for that. It seemed like it could have been quite humorous.
No, it's okay. And think of it this way: you couldn't do worse than I did. Garibaldi gives him his best disarming smile.
Yes, not everybody has felt a symbiont when you first met them.
That is true. Not everyone has a big worm living inside them.
It's not a humorous tale, but let's see if I can't do it justice. Long ago, there was a great empire that traveled the stars and took our people captive. Many fought the evil empire, but all failed. Until one man rose up and came of a solution, a great solution to where he could defy these entities. With his powerful lance, he struck them dead and banished them to another dimension. There's more to it, but I don't do it justice. There is quite interesting moving pictures, I think is the appropriate term to describe it, with sounds, of course, that do it better justice than I ever could.
You did fine, Dario. You did fine. I like a good story of heroism and bravery and overcoming the odds. So, I imagine my human companions liked it as well. It's kind of in their character to overcome overwhelming odds. Isn't that right, Lieutenant Vogel?
Sure.
She
no idea
gets
what I
up
would read.
and kind of clears her place away and walks elsewhere on the ship. Please, you're all from different locations. Tell us more stories.
Garibaldi looks at his human companions in anticipation of the stories they will tell.
So when I was growing up, Vega Colony, which is our home planet Earth, one of their first colonies out into space. Kind of like what you're beginning right now, I guess. Exploring new worlds and discovering what's out there. So I met many species from all over the Federation and beyond. And this may be shocking to you, but there is more than just yourselves out here. And it's good to have friends to rely on and hopefully become even better friends over time. Sharing knowledge and expertise that both of our species have, all of them. And so when I was there in the Vega Colony, just starting my residency, it just felt amazing to just help so many different people and discover about them and the technology that we create together too. There's so much out there. And you'd be surprised at what technology can do to bodies like ourselves. But if I can do good and ease suffering amongst the people, wherever they come from, whatever the reasons they got injured, then I think that's a good way to start a friendship, to recognize our common goods and our common differences and work together to find the best way forward. So, you get a guy from a planet you may never see. It's good to be out here. Thanks.
Um, Interesting story, Doctor. Uh, and Zia kind of speaks up. So tell me, how were able to be selected for this quite endeavor? It's quite remarkable. Um, I'm sure you must have spent a lot of time in training and fields of study from the sound of it.
Yes, I've studied many years for my medical degrees and also engineering, creating and maintaining the magnificent starships that are available. And then the science and the understanding of how to create these things, study the galaxy, and make it run, make it fly through space. Even as your pilot knows, that's a endeavor that most can't do. So we have a lot of commonalities. Ask the experts here. We were chosen for different reasons, I'm sure.
So you have a selection AI like we do. It's interesting.
AI. Is that what you mean? Artificial intelligence?
Yes.
I assure you there are many decisions made without that technology.
I'm sorry, I don't follow. You said you were selected.
I mean, it took
How?
years of training, go through school, Starfleet Academy, then serve on multiple ships and star bases wherever, and then find ourselves, like we said, hundreds of light years from where we came from. But that was a long adventure over time. And as we've each made decisions and decisions made for us, whether through circumstance or in order, we find a common way to come to be where we are. So self-selected, I think, most likely more correctly. So I understand that you have a computer that makes your decisions. I wonder what that's.
Sh- she kind of looks at Dario.
I mean,
We
no
had
state secrets, right?
we had a bit of an issue on our planet 100 years ago,
Oh,
and there was a problem within the former government, and while many of our records were lost from that time, um, our people chose to, well, a group of our people all voted on at the time for the development of the superintendent, a artificial intelligence that helps with some of our for important roles within our society to be appointed by the superintendent for those who have either been um, volunteered or a ballot cast in their favor.
are there multiple different AIs, or are they somehow interwoven as one
It,
in some form?
it is just the one.
Superintendent. Is that how they like to be addressed?
That,
Never spoken.
that's what we call it.
Interesting.
And that has made the difference in your culture. Helped you achieve planet-wide peace.
We had planet-wide peace before that. There was growing resentment within the government and caused a big uprest. The need of change was required to maintain stability.
It's ironic that biological and even cultural development sometimes mirror each other. You asked earlier if all the other species out there were bipedal like we are. Certainly, we've encountered some species that are not bipedal and formed like this, but more often than not, two arms, two legs, two eyes, one nose, with a variety of different bumps on it. Some of us have spots. Some are covered by fur, but for the most part, two legs, two arms, two eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Along the same way, sometimes cultures do the same thing. You describe a period of upheaval, and then your AI helps you work through it, helps you work through it. You, we've had similar things. Many wars have similar things where they've come into periods of trouble on their worlds. Sometimes those periods of sometimes those periods of trouble become the impetus for great change in societies. I mean, Lieutenant Vogel, didn't your world have something like that before the Vulcans made first contact?
War?
And vote and Garibaldi uses that attempt to pass the conversation off as an attempt to have a look at his tricorder.
You were mentioning war, right?
Yeah,
Our planet is strife. Our planet's history is strife with war and conflict. Our planet suffered centuries with wars, famines, disease. Till we finally got our act together, that is. And started reaching for the stars.
I see. We had a similar tale, at least for conflict, but our world has been mostly unified for the past 400 years. So maybe a year is the same time frame as you.
Can you tell us about some of your planet's worst wars?
Um, like I said, a lot of information was lost, but the last one that was 100 years ago, we referred to it as the Great Purge. Many former government from the old parliament was wiped out, and including the queen that used to rule over our planet. As I said, we refer to it as the Great Purge of the old system being removed and a new one put in its place.
Um, if you'll see, me, the hospitality's been great, Dario. I've got my species. I told you that we are a joined species with a symbiote. I have to every several hours take a medication to provide to help cement that relationship. I need to go back to my our ship for just a few moments. Take my medication. If you will excuse me, I shall return
Um,
shortly.
Control command difficulty of that'd be a post because you're trying to hide over like feelings of like distress. So
Okay, will you take psychiatry or espionage as your focus?
at increased complication.
Take the extra complication for that, and I'll give you our last momentum for a third die.
Well, you spent that on him.
Huh?
Oh wait, you get it back. That's right. I'll spend the threat. Why not? I got plenty of it. feeling all right. You seem a little nervous. Did we make you uncomfortable somehow?
Oh, not at all. I'm a little past. I got so involved in our storytelling that I missed my medication time.
Are you okay, Lieutenant?
Are you feeling all right?
Uh, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I just need to get my medication on the shuttle. It's very important I get back to the shuttle and take my medication.
I will accompany you. Nice to have met you.
Likewise. Well, are you planning on staying longer? I need to send off the communication, and hopefully we can get
Yeah,
something more
that's-
formal on the table.
I'm sure that's up to the lieutenants. Then I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Is it getting late?
It's not night yet, so but it's still daytime.
Well, I'm sure you have a lot of mining operations and scan and surveys to run. We can continue our conversations tomorrow, I'm sure.
Well, we're done for the day. Most of our work happens in the morning when the radiation is the lowest.
Nice. Well, then perhaps we'll adjourn until the morning. Lieutenant Vogel, I really got to get back. It's a
You could just leave. What?
I'll
We'll,
hold Garibaldi up.
as Garibaldi's stepping out, I'll say we'll continue this tomorrow. I should tend to the health of my crewmate.
As you wish.
And we'll head back to the runabout.
as soon as we get an earshot, Garibaldi will look to Vogel and the dust say, there may be somebody on the shuttle. Somebody or something tripped my extra security layer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get ready. Figure out who it is.
Who amongst you engineers has the best security? Because you might be it.
Looks like Leith has a security of 2, so hopefully not him.
Ingalls also has a security of 2, I believe.
All right. You're better than my one, so what's we're talking?
We'll just flank.
Perfect.
As we get close, Garibaldi look at the doc. Doc, you got your tricorder. See if you can scan for life signs inside the shuttle, inside the runabout.
All right. Here we go. Scan.
Reason science difficulty. Well, science or security difficulty of 2.
Don't think anything else of why. What?
Garibaldi. Insight plus security difficulty 7.
You can do
Sure.
it.
Yeah, I don't have my determination anymore either.
You might be able to challenge a value.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to get rid of this. I missed my calling as a tactical security officer value.
Unfortunately,
There's no way to challenge that one.
not on this one. No.
No.
This is my calling.
Um, what- you
Can I-
know, Garibaldi's a paranoid little shit. Oh, excuse me, person. Um, I would challenge it because he's going to take a step forward to kind of go on his own to protect, since he's a security guy now. And so he's going to kind of step forward and wave the others back so he can check this out. And that's going to be my justification for challenging the "we're stronger together than apart."
You're leaving your crew, your shipmates, at a disadvantage because you're more concerned that there could be someone on board the runabout.
Well, it's more like I'm.
Keeping
I'm
us away,
I don't want
apart
to bring.
to
I don't
protect
want.
us.
It's more like the thought is that he's not wanting to bring them into danger, and so he's going first to protect them, rather than going in a group that is
I
going as a group. He's going to go ahead to.
Sure, I'll allow it. I get where you're kind of coming from. It's semi-close, but
Which helps. I don't really have a focus that I think applies here.
what are you spending it on though?
Spend it towards risk taken in the pursuit of knowledge. Is that acceptable? Since again, I'm stepping forward away from my group, so I am taking a risk to see what's going on.
Sure.
Um, and then I'm still going to have to threat spend to get the rest of the dice.
So you're gonna roll 4 dice.
Yeah.
Is this difficulty?
So yes, it is.
Well, he said
difficult.
difficulty 7 is what I heard.
Can I
It
can I
is.
do my scan first? I was already ready to read some science.
I already. There's no one on the. No, not yet.
I want to give him some momentum. Sheesh. Try anyway.
Well, here goes nothing.
6 threat.
Oh my god.
That's 3 successes. Do you have any way to?
Oh,
There's-
I do have. I can reroll 1 for the bulb. Yeah, I think that's what I got.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any way to.
Roll veteran.
I don't have
Oh
that.
no, you can't. You gotta. There's the other one.
Okay, Doctor. Roll reason plus science difficulty of 1.
Okay. I'll buy a die. What imaging systems or genetics? Like, what is it there?
You're scanning for life forms, so either biology. It would be xenobiology or biology. There, you
Yeah.
gave me a threat.
Yeah, I bought a die.
Your scans come back negative. There is no one currently in the shuttle or in the runabout.
It's all clear, Lieutenant. Are you feeling all right? You're acting kind of strange.
They could be masking their life signs. Who was the other one that had security scores? Leaf?
Both the Ingalls.
We,
Was it
we
Leaf
don't
or
have
Eagles?
security scores. We just are the most expendable. Let's be honest.
Do your job. You have a red shirt on, go.
Well, so do you guys have 1s or 2s?
They have
Two.
2s.
That's good enough.
Good enough.
Garibaldi's going to go.
Yeah, I'll send him and Garibaldi and the chief in there.
Garibaldi and Chief
Chief Ingu.
Ingales?
Yeah.
EPO Ingos.
You know, just in case we need an engineer in there. That's why I brought him.
Garibaldi, you are at the door with Ingales, who looks at you quite confused. What's going on?
Just Garibaldi look back and just be all right. Just watch my back. Don't shoot
Yes,
me in
sir.
it. And he'll, leading with open the hatch and have a look in.
Right.
Phaser's ready.
You enter the runabout, phaser in hand. And you see no one in the cockpit.
All right. Well, that matches what the doctor told me. I'm going to go to my security station and begin trying to investigate who was accessing the computers.
Reason security difficulty 2.
Is the chief able to insist in this? Just like looking at the computers. See if any of the other terminals were taken in.
Sure.
I give you a threat for bold and a third die, because I'm going to need it the way my dice are working tonight. Man, it's either feast or famine for me.
2 momentum gained so far. Just need the assist.
Oh, yep. Somebody's got it.
As you start going through the computers and what was accessed, someone definitely did trip at access. They actually got past your main primary security that you implemented, but accidentally triggered the secondary security when they went to access the flight or the navigation logs.
Was it done remotely or from the inside the shuttle?
It
You
was
kinda gave me before,
this
but-
console here that they accessed.
All right. Let me get out. Do runabouts have internal security scans that would let me see who's been in here while we were gone? I know I could get that if I was on a starship. I don't know if I can get that in a runabout.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna spend 2 threat and say, unfortunately, the there are no the security footage that would normally be recorded was not. And was purposely deleted.
I'm gonna do a physical sweep through the runabout just to make sure there's no one on board, and then bring the others. If that is the case, then have the others come in.
Inside security difficulty 0. We'll make it 1. Spend some threat.
Sure, I'll even take the chance of rolling it flat, giving enough threat for one day.
Gain a momentum. I don't know, that one torpedo salvo and all that the threat they gave me. It's been hanging in here for a while.
Can I tell the LT that the runabout is secure?
Yes, the runabout is secure. There's no one here.
All right. We'll just on the comm badge. Lieutenant Vogel, the runabout is secure. Y'all can come on board. I need the doctor to scan for DNA traces at one of the consoles for me.
Doctor's on his way in, and I'll motion for the doctor to head in the shuttle.
On my way.
Leaf, can you check for any damage or that they might have caused?
Of course, Lieutenant. I'll get right on it.
To check for damage, insight engineering difficulty 2. Yeah. I'll spend some threat complication range 2.
Would diagnostics apply as a focus?
You're doing more of like a visual inspection, and then using
Okay.
your tricorder.
Alrighty. Let's see here. Take a threat for a third die.
Nice.
Right into a complication.
Jeez.
Bones.
You gain 2
Yeah, but it's
momentum.
not like we can't just buy that off.
So
Yeah,
just buying
I'll
off with gained.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just squash it.
Okay. You see no visible damage though. The hull looks fine. You just like staying here for a really long extended time will probably cause some circuit problems down the road. You still have a few days, but
Lieutenant, there doesn't appear to be any damage to the structure of the shuttle. However, I am detecting, potentially some radiation damage. Circuitry on the shuttle should be hardened, but might become a problem in a day or two.
Well, I don't plan to be here that long. See what you can
Maybe
do
both.
with it for now. Keep an eye
Yeah, if
out.
we get everybody on board, if we turn the shields on, that should protect us from the radiation.
you're in the shuttle, Mountain. You're in the runabout right now.
Right now, but it would also protect the shuttle.
Then Vogel will go to her station and just run some diagnostics on the systems while they're doing their stuff.
Now do my genetic scan. And whatnot.
Yeah, if you could do a DNA scan for DNA traces of this station, our intruder access the computer from this station here, Doc.
Understood. Did anybody else touch this
No.
station? Okay. All right. And who was at the station when we landed?
I was one of the engineers.
Chief Ingalls, did you?
That was
Was
probably
this yours?
Uh,
Leaf, this was your seat, possibly.
yes, I believe it was me, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure to detect your DNA, so I just wanted to confirm who it was.
Okay.
In case it was something else. Okay. Scanning.
Reason plus medicine difficulty of 3, complication range 2.
Can I use genetics this time for DNA scans?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Hey, I have momentum, so I'll spend 1 momentum for a die. And
it's difficulty 3. You are short 1 success.
that's right. How about? This is to figure out who the an intruder was. Trying to figure out a value that might be available. I mean, it probably might not work, but threw out the handbook and wrote my own. If you do, instead of using a tricorder, you could use a cotton swab or something. No. And the other one maybe doesn't believe in a no-win situation, or it's part of a mission objective as part of my duties. Yeah.
I won't take either of those. Because even if you fail this, there may be other ways to figure out who did this potentially.
Sure. But since it's on the computer, it can't assist.
No, you're doing this with a tricorder.
Yeah.
There is no assist from the runabout.
There it is. I didn't detect anything. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, you can't find a stable sample to properly analyze and figure out who the assailant is that accessed the computer.
They must have covered their tracks pretty good. Can't seem to find anything conclusive.
It's all right, Dot. They got me stumped too. Wherever they were, they got past my security lockouts. Lieutenant, they did access our nav logs.
Just a thought that came to mind is, since it is an AI, maybe they did it on their own and made it send a signal or something to our ship. Maybe is there a log or something like that?
Now the internal sensor logs have been erased as well.
Well, good catch at least. Good thing about that extra security. Did they find anything critical?
Can I tell what's specifically in the nav logs?
Just the recent navigation logs.
So basically just where we came from.
They know our rendezvous point then.
Would the nav logs show how quickly we got here and that we didn't come here alone?
The nav logs are from the start of your, like, when you left Deep Space 17 to when you arrived on the planet. So
All the logs.
But they wouldn't show that we were being towed by another ship, right?
it would show that.
It would show the distance change, but not how necessarily.
They're going to know, whoever did this, LT, they're going to know we're not out here by ourselves.
Well, either way, we've told them the truth about ourselves, so we just have to wait until they get instructions. But who's to say that we are the anomaly? Outlier. Their culture.
Can I determine how they
AI
bypass
is
the locks on the shuttle itself?
you do a diagnostic on the ship, the computers and stuff, see if there's a trace.
I'll give it to you for momentum.
Okay. We'll give you that momentum. I find a pair of ancient lockpicks outside the door. LT, I don't think it was our hosts, unless they're more accomplished at deception than appears. Because whoever accessed our systems had to have been somewhat familiar with Federation technology.
Scan for transporter signatures.
Reason plus engineering. If the shuttle's assisting, it's assisted by sensors plus engineering.
Here, boys, gonna look at one of the engineers for that one. He took English. He took engineering 1301.
Ingalls has a transporter replicator.
That might work.
It's difficulty 1.
angles, leaf? Somebody with an engineering score other than 1?
I have a 4.
Oh, you can do it then.
If there's no engineer willing to try it.
Well, this is why we brought the engineers.
Uh-huh.
It's like,
Yeah.
Are they,
I mean, I
are
can
they
take
both
a shot at
AFK?
it. Casey, do you want to take a shot at this, or?
What's the roll, sorry?
Reason plus engineering difficulty 1 assisted by the runabout sensors plus engineering, and this is to look to see if there was any transporter activity either via the runabout or externally.
Transporters and replicators for focus?
Yes.
Perfect. I'll take a threat then, I guess. Get momentum. There's reason engineering. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't have a reroll.
Sensors engineering from the runabout.
Sensors engineer. Go runabout.
Gain 2, you can squash.
Yeah, I'll just squash it.
that's best.
Did I send that to the right person? I sent it to the right person.
Yep. I just got it. There's no evidence of transporter activity, Lieutenant.
Prax, I'm gonna check for Chronoton signature. Consistent with that, what we've seen in the past.
Reason plus science. This is by the runabout sensors plus science, diff 1.
I'll use the momentum.
Can the doctor assist?
No, someone has to be at the console.
Really?
I can be on a different console.
You spent the momentum, right?
Yeah, but this might be a
Determination.
this might be a determination time. Can I spend it on the value information is keyed overcoming any obstacle?
Yeah, I'll take that.
So I could re-roll all of them.
Why would you?
And then that gives us 2.
Gain 2. You technically have technical expertise. You can roll this.
Oh yeah, I can. And will. But it's a 7. The odds of
You never
Plus
know.
first-
You never know. There is no chronoton radiation. The only radiation you're detecting is from the star.
right.
All right. Garibaldi's, I guess Garibaldi's going to try going old skill and kind of looks at Vogel and says, let's have your permission. I'm going to have a look around outside, see if I can see any signs of the intruder outside.
She'll nod. Take someone with you. No one goes alone.
Yes, Lieutenant. You know, I guess he'll look at engineer angles. Come on, Angles.
And Gallus.
It'll be all right. Hey, did I tell you I used to be a counselor before I became the security chief? Walk outside. And then he's going to kind of circle the runabout, looking for tracks or other signs of the intruder, and just kind of an ever widening search pattern. Looking for tracks at first, and then expanding to signs of another vessel.
Okay,
resembling the ship.
we're gonna what?
It just
You just now noticed their ship on the map.
yes,
Okay.
I've been zoomed in, so I didn't see the ship.
Okay. Give me reason plus security difficulty 3.
I will difficulty 3, huh? Well, I'm gonna have to give you some of that momentum right back. You know that, right?
The threat.
Threat, yeah. I give you a threat and both momentum, so I can get 4 dice. And I have 1 reroll.
Gauss can assist. You have tracking for a focus.
I have survival as a focus. I don't think that really applies.
No, not really. Isn't Gauss assisting?
Might as well.
What is the chief, right?
Garibaldi is still making that transition from counselor to security officer.
Would you make him feel better at least? Try to.
As you make your way around the runabout, on the other side of the door, you find a set of footprints. And they head off that direction. Whoever it was very light on their feet. You barely noticed them. Like extremely light on their feet. And their spread, and the foot spread is pretty far. Like they were trying to move at a very quick pace.
Lieutenant Quicks to Lieutenant Vogel.
You find anything?
Yes, Lieutenant. I got tracks out here. Permission to pursue.
Very carefully. Keep an open comms link.
Yes, Lieutenant. Come on, Angles. You got your phaser with you, right?
Yes, sir.
And,
Leith, I want you to keep an active transporter lock on the OA team.
Understood, sir.
we will move. We will follow the tracks at a pace sufficient for not losing the trail.
Okay, it's just gonna be one roll. Insight plus security, difficulty 2.
Okay, I'm gonna give you more threat. I'm gonna give you 1 more threat. Will you take survival now? Was that tracking kind of a survival skill?
It's still
No?
tracking. I mean, I'll give it to you an increased complication, I guess.
We'll take the complication. Of course I will.
It's a 19, so.
Don't you have a reroll?
Yes, I do.
Why'd
Thank
you have
for
to?
reminding- I always forget the reroll. I spend the threat for the bold and then forget I have the reroll.
Yes.
Trying to fix the
Gain a
purpose.
momentum. You follow the tracks, and it goes around. Kind of does a little bit of a circle around the sort of like the trees and stuff, and like there's some added rocks. You almost lose it until you kind of see like a little bit of mud that they picked up, and you follow it around to the alien ship, and appears to enter the alien. Stops at the alien vessel.
Right. Is the profile of the ship familiar to me, or is it like
It's the ship you were just in not that long ago.
It was actually from the ship.
Lieutenant Vogel?
Go ahead.
It looks like our intruder was also one of our hosts. The trail led right back to the ship we just had dinner in, ma'am.
And as you're poking along, I'm gonna spend 2 threat. Why not? I'm gonna spend a threat from the habit.
Well, I did give it to you.
Yeah, you did. One of the crew members is like kind of like steps outside and is like, can
Guy
I
with the
help you?
wrench?
No, not the guy with the wrench. Actually got a big rifle with him.
Oh, jeez.
Can I help you with something?
Well, and we've got that open comm link, so I'm hoping Vogel hears this. Well, somebody was poking around in my ship, and the tracks led me right here. You seen any suspicious like characters around here?
He kind of looks. He's like, the only suspicious characters I see around here is you. I may not have
Whatever.
the optimism as my boss, but I think you should be moving on elsewhere.
Well, I mean, we're parked right next door.
I'm aware of that. I thought you were heading back to your ship. You feeling alright? Pretty quickly you bounced back from that medical issue you had.
Well, I took my medicine. Took care of the issue. But, man, somebody who came this way, I I feel violated. Someone that came this way, broke into my ship, accessed my computers.
You accusing us of something? We were all inside our ship. You were there.
I'm not accusing you. I'm telling you what I found. You may have an intruder on your ship.
I think we would know after 7 months.
Are you sure? And Garibaldi will point out the tracks that lead up right up to his ship. You follow these tracks the other way, you get back to the front door of my shuttle.
Guess since you're pointing them out, I'll take that as an advantage. For what it's worth for this guy.
I mean,
There's tracks all over this place. He kind of looks like, yeah, someone used the. It's like, yeah, someone obviously used the auxiliary access. But there's tracks all over this place. See, there's one over there. And he kind of points out a heavier set of footprints in this general direction.
yeah, but this is the only set that leads straight from my ship to your ship. I can't believe you're not more worried about this. I mean,
I'm
one
more.
or two things. One or two things are true. Because, see, whoever broke into my ship's familiar with my people's technology. So, either we've both got a problem that someone's been spying, someone other than a third party has been spying on us, both, or your people are much more familiar with Federation and its technology than you let on, and y'all seem like honest folk. At least until you're not.
I am being straightforward as I can be, Mister. I've never seen your species before. I never even heard of aliens before outside of seeing, going to the local and kind of get a little gibberish, but it sounds like theater. It's where I get more trigger happy when I see an extraterrestrial. So if you don't mind, step away from our ship, and as far as I'm concerned, you could be trying to sabotage Dario's good work here that he's spent the past 2 years trying to put together to mount this expedition and help our people. So, if you don't mind, you can go back to your ship now, please.
Please excuse us, Lieutenant. Perhaps your medication hasn't kicked in yet.
Wait, you think I'm going a little crazy, do you? I mean, sometimes that happens.
Well, the good man here has a point. We certainly didn't mean to intrude.
Well, that's true.
Perhaps we should return to the shuttle and discuss the dose of your medication with the doctor.
Sure. I'm sure tour that came from our ship to their ship, probably couldn't be causing them any trouble at all. Y'all have a good day.
Please excuse us. His condition is quite severe.
Oh, by the way, can I tell if that guy was spinning a yarn at us about as fast as I was spinning one at him?
He was like literally like going, okay, you're off your rocker. We've been nothing but nice to you. Like he's genuine, like through and through. I was like, but you're coming on a little strong, and he's pushing back. Like, no. I have a job to do. I gotta protect this ship and this crew from all forms of danger, and you're starting to become a danger.
So I got the impression he's as much in the dark as I am.
Yes.
Did he buy my my ploy that the lieutenant is?
It seemed like he didn't care as long as you're just walking away from the ship. He's just like, whatever ploy you're doing, he's gonna.
We'll go back.
Well, as we're walking away, the chief will say, "Apologies for that, Lieutenant, but I think we needed to make an escape. I had come to the realization since we've met them, awful eager to send a message to their government. Perhaps there's a way to intercept that transmission from the runabout. I get the feeling there's more here than they are letting on."
Yeah, good thinking. Plus, I get the impression that guy was being straight with us. Maybe one of their people did sneak onto our runabout, but I don't think it was him.
I guess it's impossible to tell with the information we have now. Perhaps the transmission can shed some light.
Yeah. Either that, or when I was making up some BS, that maybe I was right. Maybe there is a third party. Let's let the LT decide. We'll go back to the runabout, and since we have the open comm channel, we'll just look at Lieutenant Vogel and says, well, "What do you think, LT?"
I think you could have handled that better.
What?
I think you might have played your cards a little too open.
I got a reaction out of it.
But let's keep the larger mission in mind here. We're trying to find information on who is attacking us. Now, it's probably not this group of people here, but it could very well be their governments. We need to try everything we can to find out the location of their planet.
Maybe we can figure out where they sent the signal, or force them to send another one with new information or something.
Is there anyone there that we've gotten a good rapport with?
Dario seemed willing to talk. I think the security woman seemed to keep him at bay.
Perhaps you can...
Not sure his status.
Perhaps you could entice him with an offer of exploring the nearby woods as a joint scientific venture.
I mean, I promised information, medical information and stuff. So.
I mean, we are making first contact after all, and shared medical information is surely within the bounds of the Prime Directive.
Yeah, I can contact them and perhaps set up something. What is the purpose of this?
Just to gain his trust. Try to get him to tell us, where we might find his planet. Try to learn more about them as a species, as a culture. We were brought to this planet for a reason.
Who sent the message? How do we know this is the place?
That's a roll if you wanted to try and go through your communication logs to see if you can pick up where the message went to. Like, that is one avenue you could do. Or you could try to sweet talk.
We can do both.
I think we should start with trying to trace the message and then try to sweet talk it if that doesn't work.
That's why we brought engineers. So they can help us.
That's exactly why we brought engineers.
Go team gold.
Reason plus engineering difficulty. It's a scalable difficulty is all I'm going to say. Difficulty 3. But if you get higher, there might be advantages.
Casey, I'm not sure I have a focus applicable to this. Do you have anything?
Just think of it as giving exposure to our junior officers.
Well, one's a chief. He's probably more experienced than all of us combined.
All
I
right.
think
Well,
they're both chiefs.
Are they?
senior
different
chief
ships.
specialist. Yeah.
What is it? Communications engineering?
Communications engineering for the runabout, it's reason plus engineering.
Oh.
Difficulty 3, if you get higher, there's some benefits. I just can't tell you the difficulty.
Casey, do you have anything like for focus that can apply?
Sorry, what's the role? I'm like still doing that packing for that exercise.
No worries. It's tracing a communications message.
So communications or subspace communications, I would also take subspace theory.
Nope.
All right, I'm at 14. Reason engineering. What are you at?
12. You go.
I'll take it. Prax, you said difficulty 3?
Difficulty 3, but added successes yields, additional results.
Okay.
We need a lot of successes.
Yeah.
And you have a complication.
And 2 additional momentums so that we can crush it.
They sabotaged the
No pressure.
communications, damn it.
Yeah, no pressure. Wait, so how much spend is it to roll 5 dice again?
6.
6 total.
Yeah.
5
Right,
additional threat.
Yeah. You know what? Let's just go for the gold.
5 threat, and you're spending the momentum.
I mean,
But he doesn't have a focus or he has a focus for nobody.
yeah, we want to know where it went to. So,
Nice.
You gain the location. Since you got the base difficulty, you get 1 momentum. You pinpoint where they sent a data transmission to. It was rather bulky for the data transmission, from what you gathered. It was, I would say, it had a security layer to it, so it's hard to see what was contained in the transmission. You would have to have been actively monitoring it in order to kind of pick up on that when they sent it. You do pinpoint it. It is to a star system roughly a little over 9 light years from where you're currently at.
Lieutenant, it looks like the transmission was sent to a star system roughly 9 light years from here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'll be able to crack the encryption to figure out exactly what it was.
You got a location, though.
Yes, sir. It's right here. And he'll show Vogel the location.
I'll bring it up on the console. Well, we have a breadcrumb, at least. Let's see if we can talk to them. Hopefully, smooth over some of the irritation that we might have started. Let's just give them the night off and get a crack at it in the morning, and see if I can upgrade this cream for our next conversation.
So what are you doing now?
Rewriting the security protocols on the runabout.
Again,
You know, closing the barn door after all the cows have left.
I mean, is there any way for us, like, do we know what's at the location?
No, but that's why we're trying to find.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to. I mean, if it's a completely unknown location, but yeah, I just didn't know if it existed in any logs or anything.
structure or something.
Yeah, yeah. Probe hit it 50 years ago.
We can try to get information out of these folks, or we could head back to the Raven and go have a look.
Sounds good. We'll probably have a short time to chat with these folks tomorrow, but we'll have to get on our way. Only been 12 hours. So.
Lieutenant, what would you have us do?
I still would like to salvage relations here.
I didn't completely ruin relations, LT. I bet their security guy would understand.
Silence is golden sometimes.
We have the location that we came looking for. At least one that we could check out and bring back.
We have some information. It's fine. At minimum.
And if we
I
could
agree.
salvage a first contact situation with whoever this group is, I think we should at least give it an attempt.
Maybe we could
But
show them the replicators and
but I am open to suggestions.
have them try some stuff. Food seems to be important to them in some way. What about their childhood story? It seemed kind of odd, actually. Like somebody invaded their planet or something.
Well, I did find that interesting. That is a good point, Doc. I mean, the LT's got a point. Maybe you go back in the morning and take up relations. I'll stay here and guard the ship.
I mean, we don't want to admonish you that way. I mean, simple apologies probably work best. You're just excited, radiation, whatever, something simple. But stress, even. This is a new assignment for you as security.
Well, they don't know that. If you
Yeah,
think
but you know that.
If the
Do
LT
you
thinks
feel
I've damaged relations with them, then it'd be appropriate for the lieutenant to discipline me anyway. And after the last incursion, I'm not all that keen to leaving the ship unguarded anyway.
I understand?
Up to you,
Check.
Lieutenant Vogel. It's your mission. I apologize for any damage I've done to it, ma'am.
Well, like I said, that's what Vogel would try to do, is try to salvage this, but given the time constraint,
We'd still have another 18 hours or so before I have to actually leave
I know, but I meant time constraint in terms of game time. So
Game-wise,
really, it's
I
up to the
understand.
GM when the GM wants to call it here. If there's more time, I think, Doctor, you should do your plan and try to smooth talk the one guy. You know, try to learn more about the
I
species.
mean,
the
I have no
culture.
suave, man. I'm a doctor.
But if the GM doesn't have time, I think we head to the rendezvous early.
Or maybe the simple apologies is sufficient.
Right.
Go
Yeah.
keep talking.
In terms like they're not willing to share too much more information on their biology and certain other things because they have to wait from their officials. It's more of a contract they have with the government. It's like, hey, there's protocols here. If you encounter this, don't reveal this. Don't do this.
They
You can
encountered
do
an alien.
this. You don't do this. You know, in the event of requiring an alien, you must submit to 6 weeks of quarantine. You know, when you return home, blah 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 blah. You know, like it's like a huge document type deal.
Right.
I understand. They're precautious and waiting further instruction, which
It's nothing.
Yeah,
station
It's
can't be until then.
I'll just say, like, you talk with them, they explain it to you. It's like when they explain it to you, it's like, oh, this kind of makes all sense. It's just a lot of precautions and red tape you have to go through.
That's fine. We're still concerned about our security breach, but maybe your security officer could at least assist in that respect. It's not biological in nature per se.
They're confused and they say like maybe you should check your own security systems and see what's going on. But like they don't not like they look like we can maybe try and help you with this problem, but we have no idea what to do for you, and we're sorry for any confusion. But they're
We're minors. I understand.
unless you really want to talk to each individual member of their team, you're free to do that. But that's just the general responses you're going to get from them as a group.
It wasn't the best first contact, but it's not open warfare. It's a good sign.
But yeah, if there's nothing else we could do on the planet, we should head back to the rendezvous so we're on time.
Well, we could check out that glacier planet. There might be something. I didn't detect anything in my first scan.
There was no energy readings in on that moon.
Okay.
It's there for flavor, to speed things along.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, in the interest of time, we'll just head back to the rendezvous.
Well, are you gonna wait for them to have a reply from their government, or are you just gonna?
Well, that's what we were just talking about. Are they going to give us the reply or not? I was trying to help you speed up because it's like almost 11.
Well, I was answering the doctor's question, so.
Oh, okay.
No, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, we'll like inquire, like as the doctor's doing his thing. We'll inquire if they heard back, but if it's get closer to a rendezvous point, we got to go.
Yeah, we're going to meet in the morning, and after they've received their signal, wherever that is, maybe keep an active signal on comms to maybe intercept the information so we can know what we're walking into. So the only thing I could think we could do before talking in the morning.
Morning comes around, and Dario asks to meet you on the outside, and looks at you kind of almost depressed in a way. He's like, "We got a reply from the government."
Judging by your body language, it's not good news.
Well, we've been requested to report back home immediately.
Oh,
For quarantine. Given the circumstance, they would like to take this slow. I can understand the sentiments here, but
We understand completely. This is, after all, potentially a big change to your planet if you wish to pursue outside communication with other species. It is, of course, entirely up to you if you wish to pursue diplomatic relations or not.
it would not be me, but they will. If there is a set of coordinates you wish us to relay, they ask a set of coordinates to relay a message when they would wish to meet, so that proper proceedings could take place.
Prax, do I know of any subspace communication relays that they can piggyback off of for messaging?
Any communication like this far out is going to take several hours, or potentially maybe a day or so, to get to one of the relays. But
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the closest one to them. Time's not really a factor. I don't want to give them like Deep Space 17 coordinates. I'd rather give them a buoy.
yeah, there's some.
Yeah, I'll just give them a relay for a buoy. If you need to get in contact with us or your government wishes to, we do have subspace communication buoys. This is the closest one to where we think your system is.
I will notify our government.
Lieutenant, the personal challenge that Dario has faced because of us. Maybe there's some way we can help them recoup some of their costs. Maybe the Raven has some extra crystals that we might not need right away.
Sorry,
I mean, we're gonna have a short.
she speaks like, no need to compensate us. Our government will be compensating us for the short journey, and then potentially allow us to continue work at a later date.
Okay, that's good.
Well, we wish you safe journeys back to your homeworld.
Nice to meet you.
And it was good meeting you. This is, after all, why we are out here. And we hope to continue further discussions with you and your government.
Unfortunately, I don't think we'll meet again, but
Safe travels.
hopefully my people will get to know you. And safe travels to you as well.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet you all.
And we'll let them board their ship or wherever they go, and then we'll get in ours and take off. And book it for the rendezvous. Same orders as before, keep the sensors trained for any of those ships. We'll try to, give a course that's hard to pursue. And to the rendezvous we go.
You lift off and you head towards the rendezvous, and that will conclude today's session.